Okay. Wen Youning adjusted the drip speed. It's getting faster. Looking at this bottle, it's really small. The infusion should be just this once, and you need to take medicine for a month, plus you'll have to get pricked by needles. That kind of long-distance treatment is like being anesthetized by medication. After one course of treatment, even a lion would be poked into a caricature of a character from a detective story. In comparison, the treatment of the yellow lion is not much better. When Youning tapped her calves, Lancelot circled around to lie down on the other side, and she lay down on top of the white lion. There are very few animals here. Near the edge, food resources are scarce, and herbivores won't stay here for long. They all run off to areas rich in resources. There are few food sources in herbivores, so lions can't catch prey. Without lions and animals, tourists also do not come. It is a negative causality. It gave the locals an opportunity. Buzz. Buzz. The vibrating phone made the 10 gold dragon gift effects unfold in the live broadcast room. The pigeon paper is not a pigeon. Teacher Wen is in big trouble, please help me. The anxious mood of the fans can be seen from their written expression. As soon as Wen Youning answered the call, the boy on the other end lowered his voice and spoke extremely quickly, saying, "Damn, I've encountered a black-hearted pet hospital and black-hearted animal doctors." The pigeon paper is not like a pigeon sitting in the corner, it complained. "I brought my pigeon for a checkup. My pigeon is very healthy. It was raised according to competition standards before, but I couldn't bear to control its weight, so it didn't go to the competition. I brought it home instead." "But Teacher Wen, do you know what the doctor said to me after we finished filming the footage?" The pigeon paper was very angry, imitating the doctor at that time, changing its voice. "There's a bump on the head is damaged." After saying that, he took a deep breath, clearly a bit oxygen deprived, not knowing if it was from anger or from talking all at once. In any case, feeling a bit dizzy did not stop her from complaining. "The doctor just put the film on that light. I suspect he didn't look closely. He just opened his mouth and said there was a problem with the film. The paper for the pigeon is not from the pigeon." I couldn't listen any longer at that moment, but I didn't dare to confront him. I got the file out, and now my mom is inside the consultation room talking to the doctor. I thought I should quickly join the online meeting, in case he tries to trick me into having surgery. I need to have some understanding to avoid being deceived. When it comes to taking care of animals, being ripped off for some money is a minor issue. The main concern is the suffering of the small animal. If it is a very serious case of hyperplasia or a tumor, you can see it without the observation light. Yes, a quick diagnosis does not mean the doctor is unscrupulous. It may also be due to the doctor's extensive experience. But there were no problems before. The physical examination inexplicably showed hyperplasia, which could well be the doctor trying to make some money. I am terrified of being scammed by unscrupulous doctors. What does Teacher Wen think? Wen Youning had seen the film of the pigeon and focused on the brain. There are some issues with the filming. The fixed angle is not right, but in terms of this film, I can't see any hyperplasia in the brain. She slid her finger across the film on the screen. "Look at this position from here to here, everything is normal." Wen Youning asked, "Aside from these, did the doctor say anything else?" The pigeon shook his head. As soon as he started to speak, I sensed something was wrong, so I made an excuse to take a photo and took the film away, letting my mom show the doctor the other test results first. Wen Youning said, I think there is no problem. The paper for the pigeon is not tightly gripped by the pigeon's cheeks. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, her family's pigeon would have been pushed into the operating room. The paper for the pigeon is not held by the pigeon, who angrily goes to find the doctor with a phone. "Teacher Wen, you have to help me speak later. I must root out the pests in this industry." She knocked on the door with a fierce politeness. "Doctor, please come in." Hearing the voice, the paper dove pushed the door in and directly questioned, "Doctor, why do you say my dove has hyperplasia in its brain?" The doctor, who was explaining the issues on the health checkup report to the lady in front of him, was taken aback and said, "When did I say that the dove has hyperplasia in its brain? Pigeon paper is not pigeon, you still don't admit it." He shook the film in his hand and said, "Just now, when you put the film on, you said your head had a bump and that your head was broken. Isn't that just implying there is overgrowth?" The doctor asked in confusion. "I didn't. Pigeon paper is not pigeon." Taking a deep breath, "You do. Who taught you to put your phone in your pocket while connecting an audio?" "In the dark, I thought I was frozen." "Take out your phone. I want to see teacher Wen battle him. Just like this, put the video up and say, 'There's a bump on my head is broken.' The pigeon paper isn't a pigeon and says, 'I heard it all clearly.'" The doctor paused, seemingly recalling something, helplessly rubbing his forehead. "So you hurriedly took the film away just now?" "You, be serious," the pigeon paper said, patting the pocket in his chest. "I even contacted the big names in the pet medicine field for a live broadcast, so don't think you can fool me." The doctor's eyebrows raised slightly. "Live broadcast, teacher Wen?" The pigeon paper said. "Did you guess that so easily?" The doctor smiled and said, "I am also a fan of teacher Wen." The pigeon paper isn't about the pigeon waving its hand. Don't change the subject, we're talking about your illness. "If it was what you just said, I think you must have misunderstood," the doctor said helplessly. "Your hand is too fast, I haven't even seen clearly before you took it away." The pigeon paper isn't a pigeon, banging the table. "Indeed, I didn't see clearly. What are you saying about the head?" "Doctor, I'm scolding my boss. He asked me to work overtime tonight for consultations. There is no overtime pay. Game-winning shot." The pigeon paper isn't a pigeon. It twitched at the corner of its mouth, looked at its hand still resting on someone else's desk, rolled up its sleeve to wipe it off, and said, "It deserves to be scolded. This boss is really something. I'll help you scold him." 5. What I mean is, next time don't react so quickly. Listen to the doctor a bit more. Fortunately, teacher Wen could connect. If you had rushed to the city where teacher Wen is, by the time the doctor finished speaking here, you would have already gone through airport security over there. "Doctor, now are you satisfied? You cold-hearted person, I will never forgive you." I said it, teacher Wen's fans definitely can't be unscrupulous doctors. Pigeon paper is not a pigeon, truly loves cleanliness, sweeping the floor with their own face. Pigeon paper isn't a pigeon, chuckles twice, misunderstanding. "It's okay, I can understand," the doctor murmured, not expecting to be overheard by the patient's family. Wen Youning listened to this misunderstanding, her eyebrows slightly raised. The pop-up on the phone hadn't stopped, switching from group chat to private chat. Looking at the ID above, Wen Youning said, "Misunderstanding resolved. Is there anything else you need me to do?" "The paper pigeon is not a real pigeon. It's gone. Sorry to bother you, teacher Wen." He can't see anything in the live stream. His face feels hot, wishing he could knock his head to make the doctor erase his memory. He hurriedly ended the live stream, continuously apologizing in the echo, saying the paper pigeon is not a real pigeon. "Esther, teacher Wen, there is an alliance of 5 lion wandering male lions, and their eyes show different degrees of color patches. They have been gathering together and are very resistant to the staff approaching, refusing to eat the meat thrown to them. Do you have any good methods to deal with this?" "The simplest way to handle it is to anesthetize all of them, but there are too many lions. If they all lie down together, they will wake up at different times, making it impossible to treat them all simultaneously." Wen Youning lightly tapped the white lion's forehead and said, 5 lions. That's a bit too many. In a fight, there is no absolute advantage, and it's hard to make the other side obediently accept the IV and medication. When Guangkong told them to behave, the proud lion might not even pay you any attention. Wen Youning pursed her lips, pondering a solution, her gaze sweeping over the white lion and then the yellow lion receiving the IV drip. After she had an idea, she typed, "Leave it to me. The medicine I brought is not enough. Please help me prepare a few more doses." Then she sent another message. "Also, I need a list and a rough location of the lions that have not received assistance up until now." Esther was a bit confused and didn't know Warm Yaosheng's plan, but it seemed she was ready to take over these lions. The list and specific information arrived on Warm Yaosheng's phone the next moment. "Esther, I'll arrange for someone to deliver the medicine to you." Warm Yaosheng got up and pulled down the part connected to the infusion bottle a bit, allowing the liquid at the bottom to flow into the tube. "Next, we need to rescue those poor lions that ate the wrong thing." "Huh, isn't it said that the reserve doesn't support intervening with the lions? Just for eating the wrong thing, we need to rescue them. It might not just be a simple case of eating the wrong thing." Wen Youning removed the needle, helped the lion press on its wound, and single-handedly packed everything into the box. "Considering that there are too many male lions, it's hard to communicate quickly. I thought of a terrible idea." Even Teacher Wen said it was a bad idea. I can hardly imagine how malicious this idea must be. "The wooden fish is ready. Teacher Wen, go ahead, I will guard your merit." Wen Youning narrowed her eyes and scratched the chin of the yellow lion. "Could you help me with something?" The yellow lion squinted its eyes. Wen Youning turned and said, "Lancelot, call your brother over." The white lion, with its back to Wen Youning and holding jerky in its mouth, paused and howled, "Ow!" The sound of the lion carried far enough for the brother, who was in the distance, to hear and come over. The yellow lion lay on the ground for a long time, and when Wen Youning let go of its paw, it stood up, stretched lazily, shook its fur, and tossed its head, looking very relaxed. The younger brother, hearing the call, rushed over in a hurry. Not even seeing a shadow yet, the responding "ow" sound has already come. Wen Youning carried the medical kit in her hand and said with her backpack on, "Let's go, we should go greet it." Wu Huangshi tilted his head, lowered it to pick up the empty basin, and followed Wen Youning. The younger brother ran all the way, without saving his strength for the journey. Roar! From a distance it saw a lion appear beside the person. "Hid! Dare to take my brother's things? I'll beat you to death." "No fighting." Wen Youning waved her hand and shouted, "Don't fight." The younger brother ran over, foam forming at the corners of his mouth, his abdomen rising and falling rapidly, confused and puzzled. "Why call a lion if we're not going to fight?" Wen Youning stretched out her hand. "There's an important mission. Come on, come on." Lancelot raised his paw and placed it on Wen Youning's hand. The younger brother blinked his eyes, hesitatingly lifting his paw. "What?" Amidst the low roar of the white lion, the younger brother's paw quickly took its position. The yellow lion squatting nearby and licking its paw. Is there anything else about lions? Wild lions don't understand and feel very confused. But it doesn't stop it from trying to imitate the white lions by stretching its claws. Wen Youning, okay, the junior rescue team has successfully assembled. Beginner. So at this time someone might ask. So exciting, but I don't know what it's exciting about. For the first time, I feel that such an unremarkable hand-holding game is so interesting. As the position of the sun hangs high in the sky shifts, the heat in the air has eased somewhat, but as the car drives on the road, one can still faintly see the heat waves rising from the ground. The emaciated stray lion moves slowly under the scorching sun, wandering aimlessly without a goal. If it cannot find a willing coalition with a male lion, or, with some luck, find a lion pride without an owner, it may spend its entire life in wandering. Creak! The sound of brakes is heard not far away. Humans are the enemies of lions. Cunning humans sit in moving big boxes to track lions. Here there is only one big box and other humans are not present. A lion can't get rid of humans. Make people disappear. The stray male lion slowly raised its head to look in the direction of the sound. At a glance, he saw the white lion leaping down from the car. The wandering male lion squints, so what if people have lions, just a lion? The yellow lion behind the car steps forward. Wandering male lion, just two. The lion with an IV patch on its leg stands beside the car, shaking its head. Stray lion. Are you guys sick? Why did you bring me so many? We mean no harm. When Youning got out of the car holding the new medicine box she had just received, you ate the wrong thing before. I'm here to help you heal. You should be feeling uncomfortable, right? This male lion shows signs of issues on its appearance, with ribs protruding on both sides, looking very much like the late stages of bovine tuberculosis. A stray male lion of this age, having endured a long period of wandering, knows well that there is a possibility of escaping when surrounded by two male lions. At worst, it might just suffer some injuries. But three male lions. The stray male lion did not emit any low growls or roars, indicating that it intended to wait and see how things would unfold. This person smells good. What is she saying? How do people know when a lion is uncomfortable? I am an animal doctor. I specialize in treating you. As Wen Youning stepped forward, three male lions followed. Wen Youning said, you need my help. The wandering lion's gaze continually swept over the three male lions. Can a lion say it doesn't need it? The wandering lion hasn't reacted yet, and a full platter of meat has already arrived in front of it. Come on, have some to eat first. When Youning smiled friendly at it, once you finish these, we'll give you an IV and you'll recover quickly. The starving stray lion didn't hear what Wen Youning said behind him. Anyway, with three male lions around, it definitely wouldn't be able to escape if surrounded. Even if it had to die, it would rather do so as a well-fed lion. Fresh meat mixed with blood, the wandering lion is eating heartily. Hateful person, if the lion wasn't here, the lion would have eaten you first. Don't think that just because you gave the lion meat, it won't bite you. Even if the lion is full, it will still bite you. I'm so angry. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Bringing so many lions isn't what makes you impressive. Wen Youning sat down to prepare the medicine and suddenly asked, do you feel very angry? Of course I'm angry. The lion is extremely angry. Wen Youning continued, so besides anger, do you also feel powerless to resist, very frustrated, and filled with emotions urgently wanting to vent? The stray lion eats silently. Why ask if you already know? Cunning humans, the lion will eventually eat you, just wait for it. HMPH, you'll know the power of the lion sooner or later. Let me give you a chance to relax. When Youning smiled, her eyes curving, tempting the stray lion. How about joining us? Let's go find the next victim together. It sounds a bit strange. When Youning cleared his throat and said, what I mean is the victim of eating the wrong thing. Hilarious, no difference. Please bring out the next unfortunate lion that got injected. Hiss, even the lion has been fooled into limping. At Global Anti-Fraud Center, do you manage it? Do you manage it? Every minute of hesitation means another innocent lion is being deceived. The wandering lion, eating while sulking, was taken aback. Isn't this bad? When are we leaving? The lion is ready. Not in a hurry, not in a hurry. When Youning stopped the roaming lion, who was eager to join the group to find the next unfortunate victim, clearly unable to wait to follow along. Naturally, one's own misfortune is hateful, but it is even more unbearable for the lion that other males have escaped calamity. When Youning prepared the medicine, let's start with an infusion. Under the bewildered gaze of the wandering lion, Wen Youning found a spot to shave its fur. The wandering lion roared. What are you doing? Why does it look so bad? The white lion took a step forward, but the low growl in its throat suddenly paused. It's ugly. What's ugly? Wen Youning joked while tugging at Lancelot's ear. This is a serious treatment method. Oh, Lancelot squinted his eyes. It's good looking. A serious ugliness. Lancelot, about to roar at the lion. This roar can't be done, it's the truth. Ha ha ha, it's over. Teacher Wen's beauty technique can't be brightened. Teacher Wen, you can focus on treating small animals. I have another choice for beauty. Wen Youning gave up on explaining her superb beauty skills. HMPH. The wandering lion struggled in vain, staring silently at the fur that had fallen onto the grass. Then came the pain in its paw. Aya, the wandering lion opened its mouth to bite. Lancelot bit down on the neck of the stray male lion lying on the ground. The stray male lion's head only shifted slightly, still some distance from Wen Yaoseng's hand, but its breath sprayed onto the back of her hand. Okay, just a little poke. Wen Yaoseng applied the medical tape. How is it? I didn't lie to you, it's quick, just a shot and you'll feel better. She sat cross-legged in front of the stray male lion, her hands resting on the medical box, calculating how many medical boxes were left in the car. The items and medicines in each medical kit are fixed, and the dosage should be determined after seeing the male lion. After all, the weight of each male lion is different, and the dosage may vary. Wen Youning caught a glimpse of the wandering male lion's eager mouth and softly reminded, I don't recommend you bite it. If you do, I'll have to give you a second injection. The surrounding male lions were watching closely, and the wandering male lion silently retracted its mouth and licked the meat at the bottom of the bowl, looking up at the sky in silence. Sigh the life of a lion. Wen Youning not only treats physical injuries but also initiates talk therapy. Don't be unhappy. Think about our plans for later. If you visualize it in your mind, won't your mood improve? The wandering lion couldn't be bothered, but his thoughts uncontrollably began to guess, and his eyes gradually brightened. Can that lion take the lead? Of course. Can that lion bite? Well, it's better to let me convince the other party through conversation. In cases where there is a significant disparity in combat power, male lions generally do not fight blindly unless they are protecting cubs within the group and will fight to the death. But the lion kings of the pride have already been taken over by the park staff, so Wen Youning doesn't have to worry about any major conflicts breaking out here. Wandering male lion, can that lion give them a shave like a lion does? Wen Youning glanced at the wandering male lion's claws. You can't even hold a shaving knife, I'll handle the shaving. The wandering male lion lowered his head in regret. Oh, are we discussing this now? What has this plan turned into? I want to learn, but is there a more respectable way? Setting aside whether the lion will listen to you, if you just want to be respectable, should I wear a suit? That is indeed very respectable. Because of the cooperation of this stray lion. The entire treatment process for Wen Youning went very smoothly. It seems that the most time-consuming part of the entire treatment was finding the location of the wandering lion. The location of the wandering lion is not fixed. Okay, I let go. Wen Youning tried to release the claw of the wandering lion after pulling the needle, checking to see if any blood came out. The wandering lion couldn't stay any longer and seeing her let go, got up without hesitation. When Wen Youning was packing up, she saw the wandering male lion running without looking back. She said suspiciously, "Where are you going? Didn't we just agree to go with her? How can you just run away like that?" Wen Youning did not try to stop him. The lions surrounding her only glanced up for a moment and then indifferently looked away. "Ayewu!" the wandering lion roared without looking back. "Wait a moment. A bit urgent." Lions have 3 urges. It's normal to want to use the restroom after receiving IV fluids. "Well, don't go." Wen Youning said, "Okay, Go without worrying, I'll wait for you to come back. With the assurance received, the wandering lion finally started to run. Take a break for a while, just in time to find the location of the next male lion. Wen Youning slid her finger across the phone screen. The position of the wandering male lion was still too fragmented. Wow, it's just like playing werewolf. Which student is teacher Wen going to target tonight? Whoever runs slowly is the one to be targeted. After tonight, a legend will circulate on the grassland. The lions that run slow at night will have the fur on their front legs shaved off. Wen Youning gave a piece of jerky to Lancelot's brother. The yellow lion ate quite a bit of meat when he was getting the injection. Enough. She and Lancelot have been chatting non-stop, giving most of the jerky in their backpack to her brother. Wen Youning rested her chin on the increasingly empty backpack, faintly hearing a voice, "Is that you coming back?" In the distance, the strange roar of a lion, "Ayo." Really, where did the free meat come from? Woo, the stray male lion's voice was steady, but the end of his tone couldn't hide his excitement. "A lot, just follow me. No need to ask more. I guarantee you'll have enough to eat." A strange lion goes, "Ow, ow, is there really such a good thing? Did someone hunt an elephant? How could there be no lions to eat?" Wandering lion, "Owl. Once you go there, it's all yours." Strange lion roar. "So nice. Happy. Hee hee. What is that thing?" A strange lion ran ahead, and when it realized something was wrong, it hit the brakes urgently. A stray male lion behind collided into it. A strange lion slowly lifted its gaze, its light brown beastly eyes scanning the surroundings, meeting pairs of eyes. You ampersand. Wen Youning heard a jumble of voices that she couldn't translate. It's extremely speechless and harshly insulting. This stray white lion also has color blocks in its eyes. Help, Hahata. I was laughing so hard in bed that I flipped over twice and my phone hit my face. Running so fast, turns out he was afraid of not being able to catch up with his friend. There aren't many brothers to begin with, and now I'll lose one more after this play. Owl, the stray male lion blocked behind the stray white lion. Lancelot and two other yellow lions quietly approached. The stray white lion struggled internally, completely giving up resistance and lying on the ground. Owl. To kill or to slice? What a smell so fragrant. Is it really meat? Wen Youning returned to the car to prepare his portion of food. Come on, don't be polite. The wandering white lion looked at the meat, then at his good brother, Owl. Don't think that just because you are a lion, I won't get angry. Even if there is really meat, a lion won't easily forgive you for deceiving him. The stray male lion is calm and composed. Ooh. I'll take you to trick the next one in a moment. The expression of the stray white lion slowly retracted. Ayo. Really, Ayo? The roaming male lion nodded, guaranteed to be true. The wandering white lion took a bite of meat. Woo. This is more like it. It licked its lips. Owl. The lion has a brother. Let's go together. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows. It sounded like a good idea. The last ray of sunlight disappeared on the horizon. The flashlight also lit up. From finding the poisoned stray lion to feeding each stray lion with medicated meat, giving injections and administering IV fluids, even though efforts were made to shorten the time and improve efficiency, some steps are indispensable. The empty boxes in the car are increasing, and the rescued stray male lions are following behind Wen Youning. I didn't realize until I looked and was shocked to see so many. Are they all sick? It's too scary. No, a few of them are just here to join the fun. Wen Youning said slowly while driving, they are not sick. But now that they are here, even the jerky that hasn't been soaked in medicine was shared with everyone. The visitor is a guest. How can one hire a lion without giving any reward? Hiring lions without paying them is simply more heartless than a black-hearted boss. Wen Youning is generally very generous with me. But they are all wild lions. Is there really no other way? Must they be fed? It feels a bit like disrupting the natural order. Esther, Teacher Wen is someone I invited to help. If anyone else has a better way to get the medicine into the lion without soaking it in meat, feel free to submit your resume. It seems like the comments in front are from the official protected area. Asking the lions for help without giving them anything in return is arrogance, bullying innocent lions. I won't allow it. I quietly deleted the text I had typed out. For such a widespread disease, aside from infectious diseases, everyone should have an understanding of the lion's living environment. Some of the problems are caused by humans, and Teacher Wen's treatment is at most a correction of the chaos. Exactly, if we don't treat it, it will die for nothing. Esther, all methods were decided through our meeting discussions. If you have any questions, come directly to me. Wen Youning chewed on the jerky, raised an eyebrow and said, "Why are you?" Esther, we finished work and are waiting for the meeting in the conference room, watching the live broadcast. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Wen. Wen Youning waved her hand. It's not tiring. She curved her eyes, enjoying herself. Especially the lions are very well behaved. There is no hint of internal strife. Everyone is holding their breath, waiting for the next unfortunate soul to pursue. The atmosphere within the team is peaceful. Everyone's thoughts are aligned for mischief. Wen Youning heard that a few were still secretly discussing plans. The larger the team, the less likely they are to end up fighting against 5 male lions. Winning without fighting is the optimal solution. The list of stray lions has been fully compiled, and there are a few additional ones beyond the plan. This has led to an extremely large team. To avoid having lions fall behind, Wen Youning even intentionally drove a bit slower. The activity range of the alliance formed by 5 wandering male lions is relatively more organized compared to other lions. Because they are 5 brothers, they can drive out the original male lions with overwhelming advantage even when they occupy a lion pride. They probably haven't occupied a lion pride because they haven't encountered any that they like. From the messages obtained from the work group, these 5 stray male lions, except for the eldest who is fully grown, the other 4 lions have just reached adulthood. They are brothers from the same lion pride, sharing the same father but different mothers. Due to the decline of the pride's cubs, the eldest was not driven away during his subadult period and survived until his younger brothers reached adulthood, taking them out to roam together. It is common for subadult male lions to care for cubs within the pride. However, during the care of cubs, it is usually the case that the lionesses are nearby watching, and if anything goes wrong, they will rush in to give a good beating. It's not just one lioness, but all the lionesses in the pride. Brothers who can wander together usually have a good relationship. Among the 5 male lions, the leader walks at the front. Night is when the male lions are on the move. 5 male lions are jostling with each other. One at the back bites the tail of the brother in front, earning a good thrashing from him. Hugh, the 5th one, was knocked over onto the ground. Roar, a sudden roar shattered the peaceful atmosphere. The 5th one flipped over and several male lions looked around. Under the cover of night, the lights shine through. Wen Youning's car headlights shone on the distant lion, found it. 1, 2, 3, all 5 lions are accounted for. The boss roared at the car, roar. The young lion has not yet established its confidence. They need a fierce battle victory to boost it. The boss's gaze has been on Lancelot from beginning to end. As for the humans beside the white lion, they are not considered opponents. At most, they are just reserves. Lion boss, roar. If you dare to provoke, then let's fight. Lancelot got out of the car, and the boss also quickly took action. Just before it could pounce, more than 20 male lions suddenly leaped out from behind the car. Like a compressed file being extracted, the data sprang out in an instant and thud hit the computer screen. Most of the male lions on the grassland gather here. The older brother blocking the younger one stands motionless, his expression slightly rigid. What is this? The lion leader, Wu. Fight, 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 stand there. The lion has had its share of conflicts with other lions as it has grown up, and its rich battle experience and strong body ensure it remains undefeated. But right now, that's it, it's left the lions completely baffled. Surrounded lion, have I violated heaven's rules? After following for a day, when the lion saw teacher Wen's team for the first time, the expression could be captured into a set of reaction memes. Aren't the people in the reserve going to do anything? Teacher Wen is about to become king of the reserve. Teacher Wen, lion control plus C control plus V. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Wen Youning got out of the car and handed the medical kit to the lion beside her. We're all very friendly. The boss squinted his eyes, unable to tell. Wen Youning's brows curved gracefully as she patiently and carefully explained to the lion boss about the issue of eating something wrong. A large group of unfamiliar lions is moving simultaneously to the same place, gathering into a mass. Extremely eye-catching. Many tourist vehicles will follow after discovering it. Even if the driver is an experienced hand working in this reserve, he can't help but steer the wheel. This is the first time I've seen such a big scene after working for so many years. Generally, when 3 to 4 male lions fight, it can be considered a more intense lion battle. With so many lions now, many people have a question mark in their minds. Who are they going to fight? Wen Youning patiently explained to the lion leader the idea of persuading the leader next, so that the leader could persuade the younger brothers. She glanced at the tourist van nearby that wanted to get closer. Lancelot squeezed out of the lion herd, growling low at the van, Woo. The driver in the van immediately understood and didn't hesitate to reverse the vehicle. Okay, Lancelot, no. The driver shouted repeatedly, probably fearing that Lancelot would pounce on the car. Lancelot only forced the car away, and after moving to a suitable position, it turned back to Wen Youning's side. Wen Youning smiled and raised her hand to rest on its head, then turned to talk to the lion boss, saying, "It's pretty much like I just said, so do you accept my help?" The lion boss slowly stood up, Owl. What if the lion doesn't accept? Wen Youning raised her hand, and the surrounding lions all looked up. Lion boss. Woo. What does the lion need to do? Wen Youning chuckled, so you agree then? The lion boss lazily lifted his eyelids and said, Awa. You asked for 10 lions and the lion agreed. The more, the better. When Youning arranged the medical kit in a row, you don't need to do anything, just cooperate with me. So you compromised. Aren't you going to resist at all? Really not going to resist? Even if you were placed in the position of 5 male lions, you would compromise faster than them without teacher Wen lifting a finger. Possibly, it is the first time for many lions to eat meat under the gaze of so many male lions. After running all day, the male lions in the group are also quite tired. A few lay down first, Woo. Your claws are really ugly. Oh. You're the ugly one, you're the ugliest. The lions are exchanging important comments on the technique of shaving their front legs. Wen Youning. Spreading rumors. Can a lion's aesthetic be the same as a human? Wen Youning was puzzled. Is my haircut really ugly? After a pause, she added, anyone who says it's ugly will be blocked. Not beautiful. Unattractive. That is really very ugly. Quite good. Concise yet aesthetically pleasing, combining practicality and beauty. The process is not complicated and won't take too long. I think it's very good. Wow, Lin Boyu, you're such a person. Rock Wolf bite him. Fork it out. Haha, Wen Youning laughed as she lay on the white lion. Exactly, very practical. Lancelot licked his nose, woof. Yes. Practical ugly. Wen Youning raised her eyes with a whoosh, hum. Lancelot lowered his head, rubbing his forehead against Wen Youing's cheek. Wen Youing was happy and gave the white lion's head a good rub. Busy all day long. Driving all day long can be exhausting, not to mention that Wen Youning is also juggling driving and gathering lions. Now that she has some time to relax, her hands are a little shaky. Today's exercise quota has been exceeded. Wen Youning is putting all her weight on the white lion. After completing this task, I will stop. Don't stop, there are lions outside. I can't even imagine how many total screaming chickens that would be if I were on site for such a grand scene. A lion could be ridden for a whole day, and it could go on for a long time, boo-hoo. Watching for a whole day is utterly tireless. In fact, I feel like I could keep watching. Wen Youning looked at the lions silently eating. We're signing off now, see you tomorrow. Just talking made her unable to hold back a yawn. The task was finally over. After taking down the live streaming equipment, Wen Youning turned back and said, "Is everyone asleep?" They are all tired too. The lions they knew were huddled together, leaning against each other while sleeping. It's a camaraderie after all. The tired lion says it's time to sleep. Seeing this, Wen Youning became hesitant to leave directly, fearing that if she wasn't there during the day tomorrow, the lions would start fighting again. "Lancelot, are you tired?" Wen Youning hugged the big white lion, sighed deeply. "We're not going back tonight, we'll make do in the car." "What?" "The infusion needle has just been placed and the fluid hasn't been changed yet. It's still early." Wen Youning got up and walked back to the car, laid down the two front seatbacks flat, and then went around to the back to open the trunk. She lay down to try it out. It felt a bit like a single folding bed. Sleeping on it is quite good. The headrest on the seat can be used as a pillow. As soon as the white lion got in, the car visibly sank a bit. The roof of the car was not closed, it was always open. Just by looking up, one could see the starry sky, which made the interior of the car seem less cramped. Wen Youning lay down and took a picture of the sky, but as Lancelot got into the car, her angle shifted to the right, looking at the slightly aggrieved white lion lying down, and she couldn't help but chuckle. "Is it cramped? How about sleeping below?" "What?" "Not cramped." The white lion rested its chin on its forepaws, a large head of a lion trying to curl up. Wen Youning reached out and placed her hand on it, rubbing the ears of the white lion. As time walks into the late night, the evening tour projects are also nearing their end, with the tour buses leaving the sanctuary one after another. Wen Youning pulled out the needle from the lion and returned to the vehicle to lie down and prepare to sleep. Without the sound of the engine, the surroundings seemed particularly quiet. It's just, is it really okay for a lion snoring to be this loud? The sound of a lion snoring is like heavenly music. It can relax a person's mind and help with sleep. But with more than a dozen, what's the difference between this and stumbling into a symphony hall? Wen Youning listened to the chorus of snoring around her and thought there was an earthquake. Sigh. Wen Youning wrapped her coat tighter and decided to make do with sleeping. What else can we do? The next morning. In the evening, news spread that a large gathering of lions had attracted tourists, who rushed to the scene in their tour buses following their guides. Even in the morning, the wandering lions who had not eaten their fill in their territory still showed no intention of leaving. Instead, they surrounded Wen Youning's car. Bai Minghui was the first to drive in. Although he had a GPS, he was still a bit uneasy since the live broadcast had ended the night before. Upon getting closer, he asked in confusion, "Where is my teacher Wenny?" Besides the cars, there are only lions. There is no sign of teacher Wen inside the car, just a white lion. So if the white lion is not by teacher Wen's side, what is it doing here? Where could such a big teacher Wen have gone? Teacher Wen, Bai Minghui's heart, which was originally hanging in suspense, had now jumped to his throat. You guys aren't secretly showing off my teacher Wen at midnight, are you? Bai Minghui shouted loudly, Teacher Wen, where are you, Teacher Wen? Even though his voice attracted the lion's attention, Bai Minghui still didn't stop. The white lion lying in the car glanced at him through the open trunk door. Bai Minghui shrank his neck. Teacher Wen. A muffled voice from Wen Youning came from the carriage. Bai Minghui was taken aback. Teacher Wen. This, along with the voice, a hand was raised from the side of the white lion. You're so heavy, Lancelot. The car is still a bit small. She didn't even notice when the white lion squeezed over to her. Wen Youning rolled over and pressed onto the white lion, resting her chin on its head. Are you looking for me? Bai Minghui exclaimed in surprise. Teacher Wen, you're inside. It's good that the person is not missing. Otherwise, with so many lions here, I wouldn't know which one to blame for the trouble. In the early morning, Wen Youning could barely open her eyes. If it weren't for the wrong location, she would have shut off the car and continued sleeping. I didn't sleep well last night. It's a small matter to feel cramped while sleeping in the car, but mainly, the lion's snoring is too loud. The most important thing is that everyone's sleep time is different. In the beginning, for the first several, there were snoring sounds. Wen Youning struggled to fall asleep, and those lions who slept late joined in. I wonder if lions sleeping are affected by the snoring of other lions. Anyway, they all seem to sleep quite soundly. The only victim, Wen Youning, always dreams of being struck by lightning in a war zone. These dreams are very strange, struggling to wake up, but instead in the dream she finds a cover for herself to shield her. Wen Youning rubbed her sore shoulders and said, the cover is still a bit too heavy. After this sleep, it feels like I've fought a free fight. Wen Youning rubbed her face, trying to wake up quickly, and shouted at the car outside, Is the meat coming? There are too many lions around. Bai Minghui's car can't get in from the outside. Compared to where other tour buses are parked, he is already quite close. Hearing the voice, he hurriedly replied, I've got it, I've got it. He patted the back seat of the car and waved his hand. These are all prepared after looking at the news this afternoon. Boxes of meat were taken through the protection zone purchase line, directly avoiding the hassle of inspections. Some of the jerky brought in by Wen Youning was still kept after inspection. She got out of the car and stretched, chewed on a couple of cleaning toothpaste tablets, casually took a disposable facial cleansing wipe to clean her face. Staying inside the protection zone, the cleansing wipes became warm, but the chilling feeling was still refreshing. The buzzing sound near my ear is annoying. Wen Youning snapped her hand, and the little black bug on her arm became flat. She took a glance back at the car, where several empty bottles were haphazardly placed in front of the windshield. I should have brought more insect repellent. Wen Youning sighed in frustration, thinking she should have brought more. When tidying up and packing at home, I considered that the white lions and the pride might need it, so I prepared that amount as well. But Wen Youning looked at the vast sea of lions on the ground. Even if each lion only dripped a little from the back of its neck, the deworming fluid would still run out quickly. The preparation is still not sufficient. If it wasn't for repackaging and I could just bring the whole bottle over, it would definitely be enough, but unfortunately I can't take it on the plane. Wen Youning was almost awake from her nap, jumped out of the car, clapped her hands to start the live stream, and she wove through the gaps among the lions, having to carefully gauge her footing before landing, then walked past the lions closely since there was no choice. They were too close together. Wen Youning, come on, hand me the box. At this time, many male lions are still asleep. Wen Youning walked over and encountered them. The lion didn't even open its eyes, peacefully sleeping, breathing steadily. She joked, it's like it turned on the vibration mode. The vibrating lion slept comfortably, lying with its belly up. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows and said, this is a minority. In fact, most wild stray lions have high vigilance. The moment you get close, they will wake up. Is it true, Teacher Wen? This lion is sleeping. The car could drive up to its head and honk and it wouldn't wake up. I can even hear the snoring through the live broadcast equipment. It seems like it's Lancelot's brother, is it? That's fine with his brother around. It's comforting for the lion. Bai Minghui moved the foam boxes off the car one by one. Teacher Wen, are you using this meat to feed the lions? He rested his hand on the stacked foam boxes and winked at Wen Youning. Do you need my help? Cough, Bai Minghui explained in a manner that seemed to say, you can't really take this. The box is filled to the brim with meat. It doesn't look like there's much, but it's actually quite heavy. I just simply want to help. No need, I can make a few more trips. With so many lions on the ground, stepping on one could accidentally spark a lion world war. Bai Minghui still wanted to seize the opportunity to get up close and personal with the lions. Lancelot walked slowly beside Wen Youning, his beastly eyes fixed on him without blinking. You come. Bai Minghui silently took 2 steps back. Take 2 more steps back. Wen Youning pulled the tape up from the front of the box, making a handle in the middle, here. Lancelot grabbed it and turned to walk toward the car. Wen Youning weighed it in her hands and felt it was about right, so she squatted down and directly picked up the 2 stacked boxes. Bai Minghui looked on, his pupils contracting in fear. Oh my, this is not good. It's so heavy I can't even move 2 boxes, His hands, which wanted to rush forward to help, fell silent upon seeing Wen Youning steadily holding on and even saying, it's okay, in passing. He looked at his own arms, then at Wen Youning's arms. Hiss, Bai Minghui hesitated and said, I'm not joking. I feel like Teacher Wen could knock me out with 1 punch. Wow, I'm in awe of those muscular arm lines. The proportion is smooth and full of strength. You can't tell they aren't exerting effort usually. That's what I want. How do you train like this, Teacher Wen? Please provide the fitness tutorial. Not eating or drinking and wrestling with a lion. Is it a tutorial or are you just serving it up? Moved it twice. The lion on the ground was somewhat affected by the surrounding environment and gradually started to wake up. But just after waking up, everyone was still in a somewhat dazed atmosphere. Wen Youning closed the roof of the convertible, placed a foam box filled with meat on the roof, and sat down on it herself. Wake up, she tapped the foam box and the sound was enough to wake the lions. This rescue mission has ended perfectly. Everyone has worked hard and this is the reward prepared for you all. Wen Youning lifted the lid, revealing large pieces of meat that had been machine cut to similar weights. Wen Youning called out, come on, line up, 1 piece of meat for each lion. Those who are not hungry can take some back to eat. The stray lions, who usually experienced hunger one moment and fullness the next, were now living a life of both eating and taking. From now on, the hunting will rely on everyone themselves. Wen Youning put on her gloves and suddenly felt the car shake. The white lion jumped onto the hood of the car, stiffly standing in place, its front paws stepping onto the empty roof of the car behind Wen Youning, while its hind legs were still on the hood. Holding a foam box, Wen Youning freed a hand to touch the white lion's ear. Be careful not to fall off. The roof space was limited. As soon as Lancelot got up, he had to search for a place to put his claws for a long time. After a while, it stopped moving restlessly and instead crouched closely behind Wen Youning, with its tail hanging outside, determined to stay close. Wen Youning patted it with her hand. Sit steady. Woof. Very steady. Eowoo. When it came to eating meat, the first to react was Lancelot's brother, who was already squatting by the car. When he saw Wen Youning look over, he directly stood up, placed his front paws on the car window, and tilted his head waiting for food. Meat. Here, Wen Youning reached out and handed the bloody piece of meat to its mouth. All right, the next one. The portion of meat was very generous. She specifically reminded that the meat should be cut into larger pieces so that it could be divided easily. These lions are so well behaved, they really can line up. If you don't line up, you won't get hit right. Lancelot is up there watching closely. Hey, lion watching closely. Damn, it's early morning and I'm hungry. Can you bring me a piece too? Just consider it feeding a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Step aside, those who deceive to eat meat, step aside. Wen Youning slid the empty box along the car window to the engine hood below and opened a new one to continue feeding. Some lions were sleeping drowsily, not knowing what was happening over here, but when they saw it, they came over to join the fun. While queuing, a piece of meat was stuffed into my mouth. Wen Youning rubbed its chin. Wake up from your nap, let's go back to eat. Woo! Woken from sleep by the aroma of meat in the morning. From this angle, there does seem to be a lot of lions. Wen Youning fed the meat and felt like she had been feeding for a long time, but when she looked up, there were still quite a few lions that hadn't left. Yesterday, I was so busy that by the end it was very dark, and I could only rely on the light from my flashlight. It was also not good to shine the flashlight around the lions. It would make them uncomfortable if I dazzled their eyes. Therefore, it is only now that Wen Youning can see the scene of so many lions gathered together. Even in the vast lion pride on the grassland, there has never been such a scene of so many male lions gathering together. This scene can be said to be unprecedented. Just while feeding, Wen Youning noticed something was off. Isn't the number of lions? Wen Youning stared at the unfamiliar male lion in front of her, looking down at its front legs, which showed no signs of being shaved or marked. In other words, it is not one of the lions from her team. Besides Lancelot and his brother, every lion in the team has been shaved. Wen Youning blinked. Is this right? The unfamiliar male lion blinked at her. Why is a person always staring at the lion? Has it been exposed? No way, people can't tell lions apart. Don't all lions look the same to human eyes? How could they be the same? Wen Youning gave it the meat. Although I've seen many lions here only once, I may not remember each one, but I can count. One lion, one piece of meat. How much meat has she given away? In a short time, if 2 lions came to claim meat, she would definitely be able to recognize them at a glance. Wen Youning tapped the head of the unfamiliar male lion with her bare hands and said, "You lions are quite well informed." Huh, what do you mean? Are there other male lions here just hanging out and eating? I can't see anything because I'm obsessed with lions. Ha ha ha, I said it. How come the queue of lions just keeps getting longer? It's hilarious. It's okay, Teacher Wen has prepared several boxes. There will definitely be enough meat to eat. Looking into their eyes, can you bear to let them go back disappointed? They also line up honestly. Wen Youning sat on the roof of the car, feeding all the way. Until at last, another lion also grabbed a piece of meat. Wen Youning looked around and said to the lion that hadn't left yet, "Everyone has gotten it right." It seems like everyone has. There's still a box left on the ground. Wen Youning carried down the box with blood in it, while a lion took it away and licked the blood. Don't take the box. This thing needs to be recycled. Woo! Wen Youning looked at the lion that was forcing its head into the box and narrowed her eyes. Fortunately, I had foresight. I prepared quite a bit. When it comes to dealing with small animals, it's always better to have more than to have less. Especially when it comes to sharing food. At the end, when there isn't enough food and the small animals are staring at you longingly, it truly brings a wave of guilt, wishing you could feed yourself to them. Lancelot, let's go down. Huh, Wen Youning was just about to call the white lion down for dinner when the car roof, which had been sagging for a long time, suddenly collapsed in the middle. What she wanted to say turned into a gasp as her body swayed backwards. At the same moment, the white lion leaned forward, creating an odd balance for a brief moment. Wen Youning said, "It's okay, don't panic, I can." Click, click. Boom! The precarious edge directly snapped, and the white lion sat entirely inside the car, leaning forward as a result. Stuck in the middle, Wen Youning. It's amazing that she could compress it into a foldable version. She silently pulled her legs in from the edge of the car and straightened her upside-down body. As for the mess of the car, Wen Youning sat on the wreckage of the car's roof looking at the white lion, and Lancelot happened to steal a glance over, his eyes a bit flustered. "It's broken." "This broken car," Wen Youning decisively slapped the car frame. "It's all this car's fault. Did it hurt you, Lancelot?" "Woo!" The white lion tilted its head, rubbing against Wen Youning's neck. "Broken car. Look at how scared Lancelot is." "Ha ha ha, no. A fully grown male lion on the roof of a convertible has managed to stay up until now. That's already impressive quality. I will not allow anyone to question Lancelot. How can Teacher Wen spoil the child like this? Car, is there anyone speaking for me?" The car had a problem, and a lion, gnawing on meat nearby, came over, peering to see what was happening. The convertible's roof itself is not very sturdy, and after being pressed down, it directly fused with the interior of the car, becoming severely deformed. I slept in the car yesterday, and with the seat back not even upright, lying flat actually made it easier for the roof to fit with the interior of the car. Wen Youning sat cross-legged inside, and when she looked up, she saw several fluffy big paws sticking out from the edge, a lion's head squeezing in to look inside. This angle. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, waved her hand, and lowered the live streaming equipment. "What are you doing?" Under the doubtful gazes of the audience in the live streaming room, Wen Youning placed the live streaming equipment down to the lowest position. From the very bottom, in a space enclosed on all sides with only a spot of light overhead, I see the probing lion. The lion opens the can. Wen Youning chuckled lightly. "The first-person perspective of a can, isn't it quite oppressive? Did I say I wanted to see it? Let me out." Indeed, at that moment my hand hurt and I thought the lion bit me, but then I realized my nervous pull was just my cat's tail getting scratched, sob sob. Oh my, this is simply a paradise for lion lovers. "Stop shaking the car, who is rocking it?" Wen Youning patted each of the paws, but the stray lions weren't used to human touch, and several of them roared and pulled their paws back. She stood up from inside, looking down at the mess in the car. "I hope this car won't bankrupt me." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, the live broadcast room buzzed, and Wen Youning thought there was an emergency, but when she checked her phone, it was just a gift notification. Wen Youning chuckled lightly. "Thank you, President Lin, for sending the Golden Dragon New Year greetings. Counted in the travel expenses, reimburse." "Are you still hiring at the zoo, President Lin?" "I can play the monkey. Having me will better highlight the nobility of the golden snub-nosed monkey. I'm going to compete with you talent-type players." After delivering the meat, Bai Minghui did not leave. Naturally, he also witnessed the entire collapse of the vehicle. But the lion's movement was faster than his. By the time he unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, the lion had already filled up Wen Youning's car, and he couldn't squeeze in at all. "Teacher Wen, your car is broken. Let me call someone to tow it out." Bai Minghui shouted from behind. "You can take my car on the way back." The lions that gathered around saw that Wen Youning was fine, so they dispersed and found their own directions to leave and continue wandering in search of territory. Okay, Wen Youning opened the door and got out of the car with the white lion. There was nothing important in the car, only a medical box containing medical waste. The wandering lions have traveled a lot, and the alliance of 5 wandering male lions was the first to leave. The young lions, having just reached adulthood, will feel a sense of pressure among so many adult male lions. They left with meat in their mouths, not finishing it on the spot, before continuing their journey. Finally, only 3 male lions from the junior team are left. Wen Youning looked at the two male lions grooming each other. Are you forming an alliance? Wu, the wandering lion, squinted and even shared some meat with its younger brother. That's good, at least I have a companion. Wen Youning searched through the wreckage of the car for her water cup, feeling that the pressure of guarding the territory for both lions might be a little less. Wen Youning carried her backpack. Come on, let's head this way, so that the staff can conveniently tow the car out later. Just let Bo Minghui handle the car and the other things inside it. After sitting on the car roof for a while, the sun had already reached a scorching temperature. Wen Youning found a spot under a tree and leaned against the trunk. Fortunately, I had the foresight to bring ice water in my thermos. She shook the cup and said, "Did you hear that? The sound of the ice cubes clinking." On a hot day, drinking a sip of ice water makes me feel much more spirited. My behavior is not good, everyone should not imitate it. After drinking too much ice water, my head feels cold, but Wen Youning has also sipped quite a bit. Why not? It's not easy to find someone I can imitate and you won't let me. Exactly, just because you say I can't. I've already turned into an ice block. Rationally speaking, drinking cold water and consuming cold food in hot weather is not advisable. Warm tea is best, but my reason cannot overcome my cravings. Lancelot was eating meat. Wen Youning pulled out a small bun that was pressed at the bottom of her backpack and said, This bun is delicious. What's its name?" She flipped through the labels. So messy, this brand is delicious. It even has sausages inside. It's pure meat sausage, and it doesn't feel greasy even when eaten cold. Two lions sniff each other to familiarize themselves with each other's scent, both lying on the ground. Some male lions form alliances without any sense of ritual. There are many ways to form alliances. Allowing the other one to eat the prey they catch is also a signal of alliance. In Lancelot's pride, there are young lions. It is impossible to accept alliances with outside lions. A male lion will kill cubs that are not his own. Wen Youning finished an entire loaf of bread, and there was hardly any meat left in Lancelot's bowl. She sat up, opened her phone and said, "Let's connect for a call. Let Lancelot eat slowly." "Hello, sea and river clear." "Good morning, Teacher Wen." The girl shyly smiled at the camera, holding a pure white kitten and waving its pink paw at the camera. "This is my cat, named Bai. Meow. It's like this, Teacher Wen. I found out yesterday that my dog was bullying the cat that my friend has been fostering at my house. I was afraid the dog would hurt the kitten, so I sent the dog to my mom's place, thinking of isolating them for now. But when I looked at Bai this morning, it looked very listless and unhappy." Yan He Ching said, "I suspect I was depressed due to being oppressed by the dog. I was busy with work before and I didn't pay much attention. I admit I was a bit derelict. Just yesterday, by coincidence, I turned around and saw the dog in the enclosure digging at my cat. The little white cat was hanging on this net, looking particularly pitiful." Yan He Ching walked to a corner of the living room, sat down, and looked at the small amusement park set up for the dog, surrounded by a plastic fence that was about chest height when sitting. She hooked her fingertips around the fixed mesh layer above, like this, and then my dog is underneath biting it. I don't know how the little white cat got in. I was terrified when I saw it. This was still the little cat her best friend had entrusted to her. If something really happened, how would she explain it to her friend? There's no time to think about anything else, just an urgent isolation with one hand. Wen Youning asked, "What reaction did the dog have after it was sent away yesterday?" "Well, none." Yan He Ching shook his head, but there was a meowing and swiping its paw. Maybe it was declaring victory. "Meow. Victory. You are a strange person. Give my brother back, meow. Bad person." The little white cat raised its head and glared at her. "Sweetheart, are you feeling wronged?" Yan He Ching sighed. "Poor thing. Are you trying to act cute with your sister? I know it's been bullying you. It's all my sister's fault. Wen Youning said, it is glaring at you. Hai Yan Heking, ugh. Sure enough, weak creatures look cute when they get angry in front of huge creatures. What? These moist eyes aren't tears of joy. It shouldn't be depressed, but it is indeed not happy. Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, it has a good relationship with the puppy. Are you sure the puppy is bullying it? Meow. The little white cat suddenly pounced in front of the phone. No. Someone told her that Meow and brother are playing. Give brother back to Meow. I was having a good time, and when I turned around, brother was gone. It really makes Meow angry. Okay, I'm not angry. Wen Youning replied to the little white cat and turned to Hai Yan He-ching, saying, it wants you to bring the puppy back. Hai Yan He-ching said suspiciously, my dog bullies it so much and it still wants my dog back. From the kitten's perspective, it should desperately want her not to bring the dog back. There's no bullying, they should have been playing together. If nothing unexpected happened, it was the kitten that jumped in. Wen Youning rubbed her chin with her fingertips. Moreover, you said you saw a dog biting and pinning down the little cat online, so you thought the dog was bullying the cat, but there were no wounds on the kit. Moreover, in reality, this height doesn't require climbing. You can just jump in place. Wen Youning shrugged. It's lying there waiting for a little dog to come and coax it to be taken away. As a result, you took the dog away. Hai Yan He-ching. Am I the villain now? Speak up, are you envious? Meow, I was having a great time and then the dog disappeared. Next time, don't just think things up randomly. Still depressed, haha. Don't take the cat to the vet just yet, go see an eye doctor first. In search of an animal psychologist to help the kitten understand its daily experiences of being bullied by dogs, after a long period of silence, she awkwardly asked, so, what I thought was depression actually is. It gets annoyed when it sees you and can't be bothered to respond. Meow, the little white cat voiced itself. Meow, I did not. Clearly, it's humans who are too foolish to understand what cats mean. The cat stopped her. Are you saying that at the beginning when you sent the dog away, when you raised your paw? Wen Youning inferred the situation at that time based on the little white cat's thoughts, and organized her language to explain to Hai Yan He-ching. The cat raised its paw to stop you from sending the dog away, not to cheer for victory. Hai Yan He-ching followed Wen Youning's train of thought to look at the little white cat again, and it seemed to feel a little different from before. Wow, if you had shown that expression from the beginning, I definitely wouldn't. Actually, I probably would still misunderstand. With a hand covering the face, it feels like losing dignity. Meow, I really like dogs, waiting for the dog to carry me down. Owner, the cat was bullied by the dog and crawled online unable to escape, leading to isolation and depression. Don't try to understand a language you don't understand. Exactly. Do you think this is a difficult math problem where you get points for just writing a solution? Ha ha ha, poor cats and dogs. Luckily, it's not a game of hide and seek. This little cat hid away, and the dog that was looking for it got sent away. After hiding for a long time, the cat came out looking completely confused. I was wrong. I deeply realize my problem, and I will go to my mom's house to pick up the dog right now. Heian Hecking also meant well, and since her best friend hasn't returned yet, the cat frequently changing to unfamiliar places in a short time can easily become stressed, so she didn't dare to gamble on that probability. The only solution is to send the puppy back to mom's house first. The puppy used to go back often, and is relatively familiar with the home. To avoid further deterioration of the situation, she didn't even isolate. She just put on some clothes and took it away. I didn't expect to create such a huge misunderstanding. The little white cat raised its head and shouted, "Meow. It's about time, Meow. I told you to bring your brother back. I almost lost my voice meowing." Fool! Hai Yan Heking looked at the little cat that turned its face away and felt that it couldn't be any kind of praise for her, hurriedly saying, "Teacher Wen, I'm going out. Be careful on the road." Wen Youning curled her legs up, with the bottom of the water cup resting against her knees, her chin resting on the lid. She casually flipped through the messages and caught a glimpse of two lions stealthily moving forward, pretending to be nonchalant as they buried their heads in the meat bowl. Lancelot, having eaten his fill, was licking his fur on the side. There was still a lot of meat in the basin. Lancelot only glanced at the two closely approached male lions before looking away. "Finish it all and we can deal with the trash all at once. This way, we won't have to make 2 trips and go back and forth." The lion's belly is all plump, which means it's not hungry, just wants to eat. A main meal can also be a snack. Wen Yu rubbed the back of her neck, made circles with her head and pondered, "I'll take a nap when I get back. I feel like I might have a stiff neck." She didn't even know where the pillow went until the end. She was completely resting on a white lion. Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the car. Having the top and doors open might have some effect, but at least there was cool air. Otherwise, she would definitely have been woken up by the heat at night. Animal World Eating Broadcast. Wen Youning said, twisting the bottle cap with her fingertips, "Isn't the chewing sound quite healing? I like it. Recording it helps with sleep. They smell so good while eating, looking hungry. I caught a cat that passed by the house and took a bite." "Cat, are you being polite?" Lancelot lay flat for a while, seemingly feeling bored, but Wen Youning leaned against the big tree, and he couldn't lie down behind her, so he could only barely lean against her. When Wen Youning saw this, she straightened her legs, took away the cup and patted her thigh. "Come here." Lancelot was about to lean down, but upon seeing this, he stood up again and rested his head on it. Wen Youning spread her 5 fingers into a comb shape, gently smoothing the lion's mane. The mane has this one drawback. Every time it is combed smooth, it quickly puffs up again, making the overall appearance seem larger. Wen Youning's 5 fingers went into the mane and lifted it up a bit. "Add 1 more. If there's no emergency room, we will end the broadcast soon." She live-streamed until very late yesterday and got up early today. There will be nothing to do during the hottest time, so she might as well go back to catch up on sleep and come back in the evening. Wen Youning's fingertips moved to open the live broadcast room. "Let's see, the next one is, warm sun blows with the wind, come on." "I'm here." A boy raised his hand and appeared in the live broadcast room. "Warm sun blows with the wind. Teacher Wen, hello." "Woof. Shut up. You're too loud." "When will the annoying person leave Wang's house? It's really bothering Wang." All right, ancestor, I was wrong." The warm sun rose with the wind and was yelled at directly. "Sigh, I get scolded for talking loudly at my mom's house. It's really hard for me. If I'd known, I'd rather not come back and go on vacation with my annual leave instead." Wen Youning asked curiously, "What's going on?" The warm sun said as it touched its nose softly with the wind, "My family has a wicked plush fleece at the great-grandma level, a purebred white bitch on fries. Its head is twisted and can't be straightened. The moment you touch it, or even with a very light touch on its head, it starts to yelp. When seeing a doctor, the most taboo thing is to speak ambiguously and not get to the point." Wen Youning asked, suddenly, with no warning at all. The warm sun hesitated and said, One of my friends wasn't paying attention while playing with his phone and accidentally stepped on it. Does that count?" Wen Youning remained silent, looking at him quietly. "All right, it's me." The culprit surrendered and warm sun explained. "I didn't mean to, I was just sitting comfortably on the sofa and it didn't know when it ran over to my slipper. When I stood up and extended my leg, I accidentally stepped on it. I swear, the moment I stepped on it, I noticed something was wrong with my foot and immediately retracted it, but the potato's scream was very tragic. At that moment, I noticed its head was tilted at an unusual angle and thought I had broken its neck." Warm Sun had taken measures. In such situations, aren't you supposed to avoid moving? I directly called a pet doctor I knew to come to check it at home. However, after the doctor arrived, he suspected that the neck was injured and insisted on taking it to the hospital. It was only with the help of the staff at the pet hospital that it was sent out. Wen Youning nodded. What did the doctor say? The doctor said there's nothing wrong and I feel healthy now. The warm sunlight rises with the wind as he holds up the x-ray, and the doctors are his high school classmates. The possibility that his good brothers of many years are deceiving him for money is low. Teacher Wen, do you think this means I've injured a nerve? Nerves are truly tormenting. 1 foot down, hiss, the potato is too unfortunate. This owner's feedback is poor. It seems that he is still in good spirits. If Teacher Wen comes over for acupuncture, he might be able to recover. Anyway, ever since that time, the potato has been my enemy. Whenever I do something that it doesn't like, it starts barking at me. Sometimes, even when I'm just sitting still in my own room, it has to come over, scratch at the door, and bark at me a couple of times. I suspect it doesn't like me. Under the warm sun and gentle breeze, Wen Youning speaks carefully, while the evil plush toy with its wicked eyes keeps glancing at him. Wen Youning asked, when did you step on it? The day before yesterday. The warm sun began to say, I went to the hospital the day before yesterday, got the complete test report yesterday, and connected via a call today. Treating illness is best done quickly, especially when it involves nerve compression. Delaying a few days could lead to immeasurable consequences. Conversely, if speed is sufficient, the chance of realigning the head correctly is greater. If that dog's head is like this forever, not to mention how scary it is, the dog itself will also suffer. He had seen in the live stream that Wen Youning successfully cured a similar case, so he rushed over to connect the call. Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, can you bring the camera closer so I can take a look? Okay. Warm Sun raised the phone and adjusted the angle to focus, ensuring that the live stream could see the complete image. Teacher Wen, do you think this can be saved? Warm Sun's voice was anxious. My mom treasures the potato as if it were an eyeball, and when she found out I hurt the potato, she scolded me for a whole day. Now, every morning when I go to work and come back in the evening, she scolds me while holding the dog. They've developed their own schedule. Woof. No hope, Wang is doomed and so are you. HMPH, now you know how powerful Wang is. If you don't leave Wang's house soon, it won't just be a scolding anymore. Wang will stretch his tail, claws, and butt right under your feet. It'll scare you to death. Wen Youning slowly raised her eyebrows, having a guess in her mind, and said, there is hope. Woof. What do you mean there is hope? Who is talking nonsense here? The Bichon Fries ran out of the small mat, tilted its head, and rushed to the warm sun, barking, woof woof woof. Go back. If you come out again, Grandma will scold you when she comes back. Woof, you are not allowed to stay and talk nonsense in my territory. The warm sun rises with the wind, used to being shouted at and ignored by the bear. I can drive to City A, or can Teacher Wen pick up the flying knife? Hiss. No, you're not in the country. For the first time, the warm sun rising with the wind received such an accurate and firm answer from the doctor, and for a moment he was so excited that he lost his train of thought. When it comes to seeing a doctor for treatment, the answers given by most doctors are just try your best. There's no need to make it so complicated. When Youning said, just try clapping your hands at it suddenly, softly, without making too much noise. The warm sun rises with the wind. Based on his long experience watching Wen Youning's live stream, he sounded the alarm. Teacher Wen, do you mean to say that the potato is fake? Woof woof. Nonsense, who said that? Step forward. Damn it, who is it? Who saw through Wang's precise disguise? Wang hasn't kicked him out yet, we mustn't expose it. The warm sun breezily said, it's not an act, Teacher Wen, he really is sick. The method you mentioned I've tried before. hitting a basin, rushing in to shout at him while he sleeps in the middle of the night. None of it worked. He touched his neck. I even got scolded by my mom. The bonds of family have greatly diminished. Woo, the bitch on fries wagged its tail. Serves you right. A little trick still wants to trick the dog. How ridiculous. Is it like this? You can lower the volume of your phone. Everyone in the live stream should also lower their volume. Wen Youning rubbed Lancelot's mane. You should face the potato with the phone. I'll let my assistant talk to it for a bit. Assistant? Warm Sun was surprised, as she had never seen any assistants appear in Wen Youning's live streaming room. However, now that she was abroad, it might be inconvenient for her to appear on camera, so actually there was an assistant off camera. So he turned the phone around, pointing the screen at the bitch on fries. Warm Sun said, "Come on, potato, Teacher Wen's assistant is looking for you." Wen Youning smiled and said, "Hello." The bitch on fries tilted its head, looking up and snorting through its nose. Wen Youning said, "Isn't it tiring to keep your head tilted like that? Straighten up." Woof. Impossible. Wang is sick. What are you talking about? HMPH, if you keep talking, I'll beat you up. Aren't you going to turn it? When Youning coughed twice and reminded, then I might have to take some measures. Very scary. The bitch on fries big demon king disdainfully tugged at the corner of his mouth. Foolish humans. Do you think Wang cares about you? Wen Youning, all right then. In the next moment the scene suddenly changed. A white lion appeared on screen, and before the Pomeranian could react, it lowered its voice. Woo. The oppressive sense of the lion's intimidating power makes one's heart tremble even through the video. The Pomeranian faced the white lion and locked eyes. In that instant, the Pomeranian, tilting its head, stood up straight, perfectly upright, gazing attentively at the phone screen. In astonishment, the Pomeranian slightly opened its mouth, but not a sound came out, and its inner voice was also completely silent. Good treasure. Wen Youning smiled as she leaned on the white lion's head. That's it, cured and discharged. Long-distance non-contact bone setting technique. Don't say the head is straightened. Even the evil fluffy creature was startled straight. Just standing there is like a soldier. The warm sun rises with the wind behind the camera, and the bitch on fries swears that it is genuinely sick, not pretending to be sick, while its mouth twitches wildly. Took out a spare phone to send a message to my mom. Mom, you might not believe it, but I saw a medical miracle in animal form. GIF. The warm sun rises with the wind poked the unmoving bitch on fries. Are you scared, stupid? The bitch on's eyes didn't blink. Oh, what is this? You idiot, stop moving around. I will die soon. Can you just go away? Woof woof. The mouth didn't open. Heart's voice followed one after another. The puppy wobbled forward, poked by the warm sun and the breeze, still struggling to hold on, while the heart's voice had already scolded the warm sun and the breeze several times. You were exposed even playing sick. Are you still acting? The warm sun and breeze sat opposite the bitch on fries, arms crossed, and said, "It's useless. There's a live stream playback. It's all recorded. I'll tell my mom as soon as she comes back. Get lost." The warm sun rises with the wind, waving in front of the bitch on fries' eyes. What, scared silly? I stayed up late to ambush you, chasing me 3 streets, and as soon as the white lion appeared, you didn't dare to make a sound, you bully who fears the strong. The warm sun rises with the wind, picking up the phone. Teacher Wen. Wen Youning gently rubbed the white lion's ears and said, "Huh." With the phone taken away, the tense nerves of the bitch on fries instantly relaxed, and it opened its mouth towards the warm sun rising with the wind, barking, "Woof. I will bite you to death." Hey, 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 what are you doing? The warm sun is rising, but there are no plans to get vaccinated against rabies, quickly pressing down on the dog's head and pushing it aside. Go away, go away. The bitch on fries showed its teeth in defiance. Put that thing down. The dog will fight it to the death. What a weird thing, don't bark at Wang. Wang won't spoil you. Wang can take you down in one bite. Wang not biting you is giving you face. What do you mean? The warm sun rises with the wind, really can't understand. Are you possessed by a ghost trying to snatch my phone? Or do you have something to say to Teacher Wen? He hesitantly handed over the phone. The bitch on fries that was just barking for the phone immediately fell silent and shrank back a few steps when the phone was really handed over. W, what are you doing? Wolf, I'm warning you, don't mess around. Ha, don't be cowardly. Life is just to be lived. Bragging is non-stop, but they dare not actually fight. This is the most evil fleece I've ever seen. Look at your silly face. Although the warm sun casually commented, clearly dissatisfied, it also relaxed at seeing that the Pomeranian was obviously fine. I told you I didn't use any force at all. The moment I just got my legs off the sofa, you started screaming. It scared me. The bitchan was crying terribly at that time, and Nguyen Yang Sui Fengqi even doubted whether she had unconsciously stepped on it. Nguyen Yang Sui Fengqi tapped the bitchan's head. Next time you can't sleep on my slippers anymore. The bitchan rolled its eyes at him. Fool just knows how to sleep. Wen Youning said, it's not sleeping, it's just pretending to be sick to drive you away. The warm sun rises with the wind. You little pup, are you so scheming? On purpose, wow, real versus fake sun competing for affection. I know this dog. It's recorded in unofficial history as the previous palace fight champion, giving birth to one cat and one dog for the emperor's close attendant. What, this wild history is too wild, right? Wild history may not be true, but it is certainly wild. The bitch on fries barked non-stop upon hearing this. Woof. Fart. It heard where the sound was coming from, but it didn't dare to approach and call out, fearing that as soon as it made a sound, the voice inside would turn into something that made Wang tremble in fear. Don't talk nonsense. This is Wang's territory, just leave. What's the matter? You bite the dog. The warm sun rises, and on the phone screen, the white lion lazily lifts its eyelid. The bitch on fries shrinks its neck. This is not allowed to bite. Wen Youning chuckled lightly and pressed down the white lion. Potato has a strong territorial awareness. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. What if he doesn't sit steadily and really steps down? You could lose your life. Woo, the bitch on fries twitched its nose. No fear at all. The warm sun said with a breeze, all right, potato brother, I've spent half a month's salary on your treatment and imaging. Let's make up. He stretched out his hand, ready to shake paws with the bitch on fries. The honest bitchan, with its fur trimmed into a fluffy round head, exudes a hint of innocence. It eagerly looks at the warm sun and the hand raised by the breeze, scratching a couple of times with its paws, innocently nudging its head closer to his palm. Wolf caught you off guard with a bite. The warm sun and the breeze slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Teacher Wen, have I made myself clear? Pull your hand back. Huh. The warm sun reacted faster than her brain, and as soon as she heard the voice, her hand had already retreated to her back. Snap. The fluffy dog that had its mouth wide open bit down hard, making its head dizzy from being knocked by its own upper and lower teeth. Damn it, he escaped. The warm sun rises with the wind. Potato, I won't let you go easily. Woof woof. Come on, who's afraid of a dog? The live broadcast was suddenly disconnected. But fortunately, the illness has been cured. Hiss, too evil. A day of battling wits with evil fleece, a fierce fight of 300 rounds. Haha, warm sunshine rising with the wind. Taking a vacation at home is even more tiring than working. The evil flannel is simply more troublesome than the company's boss. Have we finished all the meat? When Youning tilted her head and saw that the blood at the bottom of the bowl had been licked clean. All right, let's go. We should head home too. She patted the white lion, stood up, and stretched her hands on her lower back while leaning backward. First, let's take Lancelot back to the Pride. In the distance within the stream of cars, Bai Minghui shouted and waved, "Teacher Wen, don't go, please don't go yet." He held up his phone and continually pointed at it with his left hand. Wen Youning opened the chat, and the network delay slowly displayed a few forwarded news articles. There are both Chinese and English, and there are also a few screenshots of news articles. Surprising, orcas wander and push around little orcas playing. Urgent, the rescue of the orca is imminent. Where should the calf orca go? Will orcas have murderous intentions towards calf orcas from different pods? What on earth does this even mean? Wen Youning flipped through news from other countries and found that they all convey a similar message. The orca on top of this, Wen Youning enlarged the image and compared it with the news content. Isn't this sea area near her? Lancelot, you take the younger brothers back yourself. I have something to do and I'll find you later tonight. Woo, the white lion came over and rubbed against her wrist. Wen Youning casually stroked it a couple of times, then hurriedly ran towards Bai Minghui. In just a little while, Bai Minghui made 2 phone calls and, seeing Wen Youning coming over, opened the driver's seat ready to get in the car. Go out to help, I'm logging off now. Wen Youning closed the live broadcast equipment and opened the passenger seat. What about the news? All recent ones, and there are also requests for help from animal protection organizations below. Esther noticed this group of orcas while you were live streaming and asked me to check if you were interested in joining this rescue. I just hung up the phone. Esther Flaxman now has immense respect for Wen Youning's abilities. Being able to gather stray male lions together and turn them into help to solve problems without fighting is something people who often deal with lions know is very difficult. Rescuing stranded orca calves is quite difficult, especially when a group of orcas is pushing the young orcas around. Even when rescue personnel arrive on site, it can be hard to know how to proceed. Bai Minghui placed the phone on the car and pressed the accelerator. I want 2 boarding spots. There was no need for Wen Youning to say anything. The moment Teacher Wen came running towards him, Bai Minghui knew exactly what to do. I only know that orcas will eat the tongues of humpback whale calves. Do they not spare their own calves? Bai Minghui asked in confusion. I don't know where this calf came from. They are not playing. Wen Youning repeatedly opened pictures from different angles. Is there a video? Bai Minghui said, yes, I remember there was a TV broadcasting live, but it's in a foreign language. Pausing for a moment, thinking about the temperature and the language that understood more than him, he silently retracted his words and helped to find the page to send over. The official live broadcast is shot by a drone, at a distance from the water surface to prevent orcas from knocking the drone down when they roll over and splash their tails. This distance made it difficult for him to hear the orcas' heartfelt calls, as even their cries were drowned out by the crashing waves. Squeeze a little, squeeze a little. Is Teacher Wen in the live stream? What is the orca doing? That little orca seems a bit lifeless. How can you treat a baby orca like a ball? I heard Teacher Wen mention the orcas, and combined with this location, I strongly suspect that these orcas are the same group that Teacher Wen encountered on the ship before. Bai Minghui drove all the way to the port. Esther Flaxman stood by the seat. Teacher Wen, Bai, you are here. Bai Minghui asked, have their boat already left? I said thoughtfully, yes, considering that Teacher Wen might be closer to the orcas, I let them go ahead first and prepared a speedboat for you. Bai Minghui gasped, it sounds caring, but you don't see me as a person. The pod of orcas has been lingering nearby. Adult orcas are resisting human approach. I think they are waiting for you. Esther handed Wen Youning a bag. Some things you might need are inside. Wen Youning, thank you. Esther waved her hand and said, be safe. Bai Minghui resignedly sat in the front, saying, come on, Teacher Wen. The tour guide has evolved into a dedicated driver. However, as a driver these past few days, I've gained much more knowledge than before. Let's go. Wen Youning straddled the seat, opened her backpack to check, and thinking about the situation with the orca calf, moved some medicine to the top. I'll put my phone with you first. Bai Minghui, okay. The speedboat is much faster than the boat, with water splashing behind and a chaotic roar filling the eardrums. In an instant, it felt as if isolated from the world, unable to hear even a hint of sound from the outside. The orca wandering nearby was not far, and soon saw the boat ahead. The pod of orcas also noticed a boat approaching, and one swam over to circle around it. No! Go away! The orca raised its tail and slapped the water unhappily, splashing water that instantly drenched more than half of the boat. Shit! The people on the boat were also drenched, with screams rising and falling. Once or twice can be considered as orcas prank on humans, but the orca's constant slapping and attempts to collide clearly indicate an intent to not allow close approaches. Unfortunately, the boat can only stop halfway through the journey. The veterinarian in a white coat looked from a distance and said, "What should we do? If people can't get through, how can we save them?" The man on the boat is trying to bribe the orca by offering fish. But the orca, seeing that they had stopped moving, disappeared beneath the surface, refusing the bribe and continued to linger nearby. Bai Minghui twisted the handle of the speedboat all the way down, sending splashes and foam everywhere. The sea surface was empty, and as he sped up the boat, the water splattered onto his face, feeling like a slap. He bent slightly at the waist and charged straight ahead. "No, don't go over there." The people on the boat raised their hands to stop the speeding boat. A boat could be capsized under the attack of a killer whale, let alone a speedboat. The splash created by the killer whale swimming by could even tip over the speedboat. The woman shouted, "It's too dangerous, stop, don't provoke the killer whale." The caption in the live stream is automatically translated below with a small line. "Are you crazy? What is this person doing? Are they asking for death? Where did these reckless tourists come from? Do they really think orcas are easygoing? I will not allow anyone to question my teacher Wen. Foreigners, please be quiet and watch." Teacher Wen, wow, so cool. Bai Minghui closed his ears and just went for it. When he saw someone waving, he also freed up a hand to greet them. Don't be envious. Not everyone can be a driver for teacher Wen. People on the boat. The orca has already spotted the yacht. The orcas surrounding the boat did not leave. A new orca swam out from the group, but as soon as it flicked its tail, another orca suddenly bumped into it, knocking it off course, and then swam over. The orca surfaced, spouting water from its blowhole. "Leave. Person, you're here." The orca leader swam over anxiously. Wen Youning saw that something was off with the speed and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, don't come over." It was too late. The water churned up by the orca was just inches away. Wen Youning. It's life-threatening. At this distance, it's impossible to instantaneously accelerate the speedboat to avoid it in just a few seconds. The sea is deep and seems capable of swallowing everything. The incoming waves make one hold their breath in awe. Bai Minghui's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and they were all wearing life jackets. Falling in shouldn't be too much of a problem. At least they wouldn't drown. The only issue is, I only have one waterproof bag, teacher Wen. I've put your phone in it, so you should carry it on you. Wen Youning patted his shoulder and said, I will reimburse you for your phone. Bai Minghui nodded seriously. Jump! Wen Youning hung up her phone and jumped in first, with Bai Minghui following closely behind. Splash! The waves caused the speedboat to tilt upward, and the crashing waves instantly engulfed the speedboat. While a person, the orca is attacking a person. Help, help! Hurry, quickly drive the boat over. They are going to be killed by the orca. Oh no, why would the orca hurt people? No, no way. This orca is blocking our path and it looks like it's going to attack us. The people on the boat were in a state of chaos. Facing such a huge creature as the orca is manageable on land, but once you are in the water, in the orca's territory, no one dares to act rashly. Hey, call for backup, we need reinforcements. A burst of bubbles disperses and the waves churn. The briefly disappearing speedboat shoots forth, rising from the sea. It is completely empty above. After a while, a hand reaches up from the side. Puff, Bai Minghui was holding his breath. He reached out to grab the handrail of the speedboat, not bothering to climb on first, and turned to look for someone, Teacher Wen. Wen Youning did not respond, but her outstretched hand waved on the surface of the sea, which could be considered an answer. The life jacket had apparently bumped into something, looking as deflated as an apple that had been left for half a month. Even so, Wen Youning was still wearing it without taking it off. She squinted underwater, watching the orcas swim around her. When one approached, she reached out and touched its snout, then extended her index finger straight up to point at it and swam up first. Here we come, people. Help the whale. The orca's heart sings with joy, as if seeing hope for the survival of the young orca. Following closely behind, Warm, Pomelo, and Ning swam up together. Only the places humans have passed through, the bubbles blurred the vision. The orca flicked its tail and lost its sight. Wen Youning rested her hands on the head of the orca, and as she got closer to the water's surface, she was bumped by it. She was momentarily stunned and saw that the orca had no reaction. The current and movement might have blurred the sensation of touch. Wen Youning took advantage of the momentum and let the orca bring her up with it. Strange. Where did the person go? I clearly heard a sound. The orca's bewildered thoughts surfaced as it rose, revealing its small eyes to scan the surroundings. The person is gone. My head feels weird. Whatever, where did the person go? Wen Youning, sitting cross-legged on the head of the orca. Perfect vision is blocked. Oh my gosh, it's here, I'm terrified. Just a moment ago, I only stretched out one hand and I thought something was wrong. I just looked down to take a bite of instant noodles, and when I looked up again, Teacher Wen was sitting on the orca's head. Do you know each other well to just sit down casually? Do you know that casually sitting on a killer whale's head is very impolite? Get down and let me sit. I'm naturally rude. As Youning sat on the killer whale's head, the anxious crowd fell silent in unison. Some tried to use their voices to divert the killer whale, giving the person who fell into the water some swimming space, their mouths still wide open, but their voices stuck in their throats. OMG! The blond man raised his hand in disbelief, placing his palm on his head, his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he was seeing. The woman stood at the bow of the boat, saying in a daze, "This is simply a miracle." Wen Youning's clothes were completely soaked. Thankfully, the temperature here is high year-round, so aside from the discomfort of the wet clothes sticking to her skin, she didn't feel cold at all. The orca has a ring contour around its eyes, making them appear very large. In fact, due to the contour's effect, humans initially mistake the contour for the eyes, while the actual eyes are quite small. Where did it go? My head itches. Wen Youning rubbed the palm of her hand on the orca's head. I'm here. Wen Youning stretched out her hand from the side to wave at the orca. Whining, the orca's eyes looked up, still unable to see Wen Youning. Wen Youning said, "Let's go take a look at the baby orca." The orca exhaled water from its blowhole. Okay. It dove into the water, swimming towards the pod of whales, but after swimming a short distance, it suddenly seemed to recall something, stopped its descent, and surfaced again. Wen Youning sat on its back, her hand already resting on the orca's dorsal fin, watching as the water slowly crept up her chest, then gradually fell down again. The pod of orcas was still working together to push the little orca out of the water. In the initial video, the little orca still had reactions like swinging its tail and flippers, but now it has completely become motionless. only when being pushed and accompanied by movement. The body movements do not belong to the little orca's intended actions. As Wen Youning got closer, the orcas surrounding the little orca automatically parted to make a path. The only one that didn't move, staying in the middle and trying hard to push the little orca onto its back, was most likely the orca mother. "Can I take a look?" Wen Youning sat on the orca's head and couldn't reach out, so since her clothes were already wet, she simply paddled into the sea and reaching out her hand towards the orca mother. Whimper. It broke down. Wait until the person arrives. Don't worry, there is still hope. Wen Youning picked up the baby orca, and its small size is manageable even for a human to hold it tightly against them compared to an adult orca. Fortunately, this is in the sea, so I can't feel much weight. I just have to hold tightly and not be swept away by the waves. The orca was right beside her. As long as Wen Youning didn't sink, no matter how the waves crashed, she wouldn't be swept away. The little orca was very uncomfortable being held upright like this by humans, water spraying from its blowhole, throwing a small tantrum. Don't be afraid, sister will help you check your body. Do you feel any discomfort? Wen Youning comforted while examining. There were no obvious external injuries, so it wasn't hurt from a fight. What? Feeling suffocated? Can't you breathe? Wen Youning pressed the baby whale and looked at the mother orca. Is this your first child? The mother orca looked a bit confused. Yes. It's nothing serious, just a disrupted breathing rhythm. It inhaled some water. Wen Youning lifted the orca cub up to create space for breathing. Many whales and dolphins will push their newly born calves to the surface of the water. Because the calves cannot breathe on their own, their mothers need to push them to the surface for air. Some inexperienced mothers, unable to grasp the rhythm of breathing, may cause their calves to drown. Sometimes, even if the calf has already drowned, the orca mother will repeatedly push the calf to the surface in an attempt to let it breathe. The first birth mortality rate of wild animals is very high. This cub must have choked as well, but fortunately, before the situation worsened, the whale pod came to help push it to the surface. Although it looks like it was pushed around painfully, it seems that by accident, it ended up with enough breathing space for the cub. If everyone hadn't pushed together, this cub might not have made it to today. What is Teacher Wen saying? I can't hear it. The official live broadcast room doesn't have the clarity of Teacher Wen's own live broadcast. Test completed. Is the little orca okay? Why is it holding on and not letting go? Should be okay, right? I saw the little orca wagging its tail. Wow, this angle taken from above is really amazing. I can only say it's very shocking. The whale pod is scattered around the warm pomelo lemon, but within the chaos there seems to be a swimming pattern. Everyone is not standing still, but constantly adjusting their positions in the sea. This adjustment never touched the center where Wen Youning is located. The orca leader stands like a floating log in the vast ocean, firmly blocking one side, as if protecting Wen Youning within the pod. Directly opposite Wen Youning, the orca mother is gazing at her intently. The entire scene contrasts the smallness of humans with the enormity of the whale pod, like gentle giants carefully guarding humanity. Whining, the baby orca lay in Wen Youning's arms, feeling unhappy as it was pressed around, but gradually it seemed to sense something changing. After choking on water, the baby orca became limp and didn't struggle much, making it even quieter. It's okay, just be careful breathing next time. When Youning stroked the back of the baby orca, it felt very smooth, a completely different sensation from touching a fuzzy little animal. Whining, the baby orca lifted its tail and pounced into Wen Youning's arms. Person, you are a good person. Like, take away. I can't take it away, but I can give you some fish. At your age, you haven't been weaned, so fish won't work either. Next time, if we meet again, I'll bring you fish. When Youning saw the fish inside the backpack while rummaging, it was meant for the orca. Whining. Unknowingly, it seems like the orca calf has eaten a large pancake and is shaking its head. Since we've brought the fish, we shouldn't waste it. Wen Youning looked up at the direction of the speedboat just as she was about to call out. She saw Bai Minghui sitting on the speedboat drifting further away. It seems like there isn't a handle to twist. Where are you going, Bai Minghui? Are you coming back for dinner? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Is there a killer whale pushing the speedboat out from below? The killer whale is taking you home, Bai Minghui. Are you touched? Bai Minghui, I don't dare to move. I can't move at all. Wen Youning glanced at the distance and felt that calling Bai Minghui over was not very realistic. Taking a deep breath, she submerged into the water. Originally, she intended to swim over in one go, but after going down, she saw several orcas weaving in and out under the speedboat. Wen Youning. The orcas coordinated to get Bai Minghui out, and the funniest part was that they didn't come up to the surface. They were operating secretly, sneaking around pretending to be swept away by the current. Wen Youning squinted. Bubbles emerged from between her lips and teeth. The orca calf swam in, confused, and passed in front of her. Splash! Wen Youning surfaced, shook her head to gather her scattered long hair behind her, and tilted her head against the orca leader. Can you ask your siblings to let my colleague go? The orca leader raised its head, making no sound. The inner voice, however, said, come back. Orcas have their own communication frequencies, some of which are inaudible to the human ear. Bai Minghui floated on the sea, feeling something move beneath the speedboat. It scared me to death. He guessed it was a killer whale. After all, killer whales are so domineering, and there is a pod of whales here, with calves in the middle. What large animal would dare to swim around here without alarming the killer whales? Then it can only be the whales themselves. Bai Minghui maneuvered the speedboat back. Wen Youning realized that there was no backpack on the speedboat, which might have accidentally been knocked into the water just now. She also didn't see anything floating on the surface of the sea, so she asked, has anyone seen my backpack? A head of killer whales splashed their heads out of the water. Backpack? What is that? Didn't see it. Looking. Someone's things are missing. On the surface, the clever orca was secretly diving down to look for something. The backpack is here, someone on the ship shouted. Afraid that Wen Youning couldn't hear clearly, she specially used a loudspeaker, here. The girl's hand holding the backpack is trembling. It's just too heavy. The backpack was already filled with things, and on top of its own weight, it had been soaked, so without a drainage hole, it inevitably accumulated some water inside. This made the backpack even heavier. Okay, Wen Youning shouted in response and held her breath as she swam towards the boat. The orca leader swam over and positioned itself around Wen Youning's waist. The orca's dorsal fin was pressing against her belly. Wen Youning supported herself on the orca and temporarily turned around, straddling it. The orca leader seemed quite pleased with this, leisurely swimming in the sea and bringing her to the side of the boat. But it has no intention of stopping. Whining, look, this is my person. The orca happily boasted about the person it found. They are the one who treats the cubs. Impressive, right? Envy. Even the whale feels envy. The orca leader swims while occasionally lifting its tail to slap the water's surface, sending up splashes that look like special effects, purely to show off to humans. All right, stop playing. Wen Youning patted the orca, swim over quickly, and once we get the medicine, we can go back. The orca turned sideways at the sound, and Wen Youning's body also tilted in the same direction. It was too slippery, and any slight change in angle made it impossible to stay seated. Fortunately, the orca reacted quickly, diving down rapidly to bring the person back up again. The girl with the backpack had been waiting for a long time and, seeing her come over, handed the backpack forward. Wen Youning, thank you. No need to thank me. The girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at the orca. The orca didn't stay long. After enough showing off, it took the person away. Just watch for a while. How can I let you watch all the time? Beautiful thoughts. The orca hesitated while turning back. There are many people over there. Shall we go for a stroll? No. Wen Youning, who was rummaging through her backpack, broke the silence. It's too far over there and I can't get up. That is in the opposite direction of the port. HMPH. Wen Youning smiled and took out the fish. Salmon and mackerel combo looks pretty good. The fish is not whole, only the middle part is taken, and usually such fish are fed with medication. But at first, I didn't know what was wrong with the orca calf and wasn't sure if the orca was attacking it, so I didn't act recklessly. The meat is still clean. Coming, Wen Youning bent down and reached out. The orca looked up, tilted its head, and opened its mouth. However, as it tilted its head back, the posture of Wen Youning also changed, causing her entire body to uncontrollably lean back. The orca realized this and quickly reacted, no longer tilting its head back and instead swimming forward. That's right. The orca opened its mouth twice, biting down on a mouthful of seawater. Are you hanging a carrot to tire out the donkey? Orca eating paused. Let's eat a person first. Keep it up. Haven't you noticed I didn't eat anything? Wen Youning tried hard but ended up laughing to the point of exhaustion. Haha. She only realized something was wrong when she reached out her hand. Fortunately, after returning to the center position, she slid down smoothly and swam to the killer whale's mouth, feeding it the fish. Finally, I can eat. It's not easy. The baby orcas swim around their mother, and at this moment they come over and stick close to Wen Youning. Wen Youning takes out all the fish from her backpack and says, "Come on, everyone gets a share. This little bit of meat is not enough to even get stuck in your teeth." Everyone is gathered around this orca calf, so they probably can't spare the time to hunt. They should eat something first to prepare for the hunt later. The backpack is right next to me. It can float on the surface of the sea, and with the orcas blocking the way, it won't drift far. After throwing the fish meat in hand, Wen Youning turned back to grab the backpack. Reaching out, I found nothing. She hesitated, then gathered her fingers to grab a handful of water. Wen Youning turned back suspiciously, seeing her backpack floating a little distance away. She swam a bit in that direction and leaned forward. Just at that moment, the backpack that had been floating motionlessly on the water coincidentally drifted backward slightly. Wen Youning. She raised her eyebrows again and reached out her hand. The backpack continued to move backward. Wen Youning guessed something, holding her breath and burying her head under the water. As expected, below the backpack a killer whale is grabbing it. Wen Youning surfaced to breathe, not moving a bit, and directly swam towards her backpack. The backpack was right in front of her, not too far away but still out of reach. The orca leader was clearly playing with her. With the swimming speed of an orca, just a flick of its tail and stopping still was enough for Wen Youning to swim desperately for half a day to catch up. The orca leader even pushed the backpack a little towards Wen Youning when she hadn't caught up and the distance had widened. Swimming consumes a lot of energy. Wen Youning played with the orca while chasing the backpack, and when she felt she couldn't swim anymore, she stopped, saying, "I'm not playing anymore." Seeing this, the orca leader took the backpack and sent it into Wen Youning's arms. Wen Youning hugged the backpack and also reached out to embrace the orca, saying, "The cub is fine, I'm going back now." Her fingers had already turned white from the water blisters. Whining, the orca leader surfaced to meet Wen Youning. "You can't get up close to the shore." Wen Youning wanted to find Bai Minghui to speed back on the speedboat. The orca leader squeezed over, rubbing against her, as if to say that if she didn't come up, she wouldn't be allowed to leave. Wen Youning had to support herself on the back of the orca and straddle on, stop in the deep water area. Whining, The orca flicked its tail and carried Wen Youning across the water's surface. Wen Youning waved to Bai Minghui. "Let's go back." Okay. Bai Minghui had just quietly moved the speedboat back to the original position when he twisted his hand, and it buzzed as it chased after them. Wen Youning kept staring and felt that the place was about right, so she slid down by herself. The orca did not slow down, darting out a distance before stopping, whining. Wen Youning swam up from behind and touched its tail. "I'm here. I'm leaving." The orca squeezed over to nudge her. Wen Youning wrapped her arms around the orca, unable to fully embrace it, but it was still a hug. "All right." Wen Youning heard the sound of the speedboat approaching. "Goodbye." Whining, the orca spouted water from its blowhole and rolled over in place. Bai Minghui had been sunbathing on the speedboat for half a day, and his clothes were all dry. Wen Youning had been soaking in the sea, and when she got on the speedboat she was still wet. Fortunately, the phone hanging around her neck was fine. The waterproof bag is of good quality, but there is a bit of moisture inside, which is unavoidable. Wen Youning slid her fingertip across the phone screen, while the drone above her head kept hovering around. She glanced up. She couldn't see the bullet comments in the official live broadcast room on her watch. Only the bullet comments from her own live broadcast room can be viewed on her watch. At this moment, a drone was following her instead of chasing the orca for filming. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows, feeling a bit curious about what was going on. "Kyan Newell, Wen teacher, I want to go too. If I had known we would play with the orca, boohoo, take me with you." "Zhao Zi, I can drive a speedboat too, and I can also operate a ship. Crazy hint." Most of the messages on my phone are from colleagues. Wen Youning was both amused and helpless as she replied to each one. Ding. Dancing with orcas. Wild orcas coexist harmoniously with humans. The pop-up messages from a minute ago. Wen Youning pursed her lips. She hasn't even gotten ashore yet, and the entertainment news has already been written. This efficiency is too high. Does anyone understand? Teacher Wen isn't live broadcasting. I'm running around in the official live room and various software. Running around +1, afraid of missing out. Teacher Wen is trending again and again. I feel that Teacher Wen's popularity on Weibo outside of mainland China is much higher than on mainland Weibo. Yes, there are pictures of Teacher Wen and the Lion Group on Instagram, with the highest number of likes. Wen Youning doesn't often go on foreign websites and mostly uses domestic software. Seeing the comments saying this, she couldn't help but be curious about what the picture is. Find the website, use a local card to access it, and you won't need a VPN. Once you click in, the app opens with a lion pride. The picture was posted by the official account of the protected area. This is a scene of Wen Youning taking a group of lions to find 5 stray male lions last night. She is turned sideways to the camera, raising her hand, while the surrounding lions look up at her, giving a feeling of the pride looking up at their queen. Wen Youning clicked into the account and found that it was still a set of pictures, filled with nature and wildness. I flipped through a few pages, then downloaded them all. Wen Youning rubbed his chin and said, "The photography skills are good. The editing is also quite nice. The pictures taken at night are very clear, which requires high equipment standards, and photo editing is quite a project as well." While thinking about this, a notification popped up on the account. The blogger has posted new content. Click to refresh. Wen Youning casually clicked, and after refreshing, the latest content showed a picture of her on the water's surface, surrounded by a pod of orcas weaving around her. The comments are refreshing quickly, with various languages available, automatically translated based on the logged-in account. Siren, she is a siren, the goddess has descended, the whale herd supports her. Oh my goodness, this is simply a miracle. Is this the staff? This life, I envy it. Who knows what she applied on her body that makes animals like her so much? Super jealous edition. Did the reserve issue this message, meaning that all visitors entering will receive the same treatment? We've arrived. By Minghui braked at the dock. Teacher Wen, Teacher Wen. Wen Youning turned off her phone screen. Let's go, up we go. The speed when coming is relatively slower than when going, so it takes more time. After all, Wen Youning's clothes are still wet, so if she drives too fast, she will definitely catch a cold when she goes back after the sea breeze blows. She also returned slowly and leisurely. Bai Minghui jumped off the speedboat and said, "Sister Esther." Esther smiled at Wen Youning and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Wen. Hand me the backpack." Okay. Wen Youning raised his hand and said, "The backpack accidentally fell into the water and everything inside got wet." "It's okay. The things taken to the sea have waterproof outer layers. They can still be used after being wiped down." Esther took the backpack and handed over what she was holding. "There's a lounge over there. Would you like to take a shower first?" Wen Youning wrung out the water from her clothes, shook her hands, and took the live streaming equipment from Esther, saying, "No need to bother, I'll just go back to the hotel." Bai Minghui said, "I'll take Teacher Wen back." Esther nodded, "Go ahead." The sky gradually darkened. The lights in the hotel are off. The room is dim, only illuminated by the weak light from the phone being fiddled with on the bed. After washing off the seawater at the hotel, she slept until now. It felt like the pain of a stiff neck, but after swimming a couple of laps in the sea, it didn't bother her much. Returning, she steamed in hot water and then slept deeply. "I feel like a whole new person." Wen Youning picked up the mineral water from the bedside and drank nearly half of the bottle in one sip. I poked the live streaming device to turn it on. "Hi, are you ready to start tonight's adventure?" "Ready, set, go." "Grassland or the sea? I can take both." "Woo-woo, without yogurt. The three mighty beasts are missing yogurt." "The orca calf should leave its previous place once it's okay." When Youning stood up and drew the curtains, "This pod of whales won't stay in the same place forever." Wen Youning said, "Let's go play with the white lions tonight. I bought a car-mounted tent so we can stay on the grassland and watch the stars with the white lions tonight." She picked up the newly bought insect repellent, carefully observed the ingredient list, and chose a bottle to apply a bit on her wrist. This smell." Wen Youning frowned slightly, not finding it pleasant. "Spray it now, tidy up a few things. By the time I go out, this smell will have dissipated almost entirely." Wen Youning sat down and began to pack items into her backpack in order. Buzz. The phone vibrated to the edge of the table when Youning reached out to grab it, picked up the backpack and placed it on the bed, then sat down casually. "I need an emergency. Taozhai sparkling wine, hello." Hello, Teacher Wen, please save me." The girl glanced around nervously. "I think I offended my boss's dog that I raised in the company." The camera shifted to the golden retriever squatting not far away, looking pitifully at her with a face full of grievances. It seems that a girl glanced over, and the golden retriever's ears went back as it sniffed and turned its head to the side. "Wow, this little dog has written wronged all over its face. What kind of crazy thing did you do? Tomorrow, you will be fired for stepping into the elevator with your left foot first. Offending the boss's dog. Who cares about the job? Just send in your resume." Wen Youning observed the expression of the golden retriever. It seems like there is a bit of resentment. What did you do?" The peach branch sparkling wine was somewhat difficult to articulate, opening and closing her mouth again, letting out a sigh. "I actually am not very sure what the reason is. It feels like I haven't done much since I started work this morning. On my first day of internship, I arrived half an hour early for work. The golden retriever can't really be angry just because I came too early, right? While busy with work, I inexplicably felt a bit chilly at my back." She only realized when she turned around that the golden retriever had been staring at her, not knowing for how long. "It's terrifying." My boss is not in the office right now, but he'll be back from his business trip tomorrow. I spent a lot of money to connect. Teacher Wen, you must save me. In this current environment, it's not easy to find a job that offers full benefits, weekends off, and no overtime. Tao's sparkling wine doesn't want to leave the company for offending the boss's beloved dog. Wen Youning said, come a little closer. Tao Kipao looked around. Her colleagues had already left in droves, and she was off work as well. If it weren't for dealing with the golden retriever, she would be comfortably lying on her sofa at home playing on her phone. Tao Kipao squatted down in front of the golden retriever with her phone, saying, "Young master, come look at the camera." The golden retriever looked very wronged and still angry, not looking very happy. But after Tao Kipao got closer, its tail behind it still wagged a bit. This dog looks quite honest. Peach Blossom Sparkling Wine, you still refuse to admit your guilt. Take off her intern uniform and throw her into the storage room. Woo! The golden retriever frowned, its eyebrows slanting to the sides, and when meeting its gaze, even the Peach Blossom Sparkling Wine, who felt innocent, couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. I suspect that I have really caused great harm to the golden retriever's soul without even realizing it. I've eaten it all. Everything, I've eaten it all. Wah woof. If the golden retriever's surface expression is changing from sunny to cloudy, then its inner voice is like a storm with an orange warning, and it's that kind of rain that's already falling. What did you eat? When Youning shifted her gaze back to the Peach Blossom Sparkling Wine, did you steal its snacks? Peach Blossom Sparkling Wine. Why is this question coming up? How is that possible? Peach Blossom Sparkling Wine shrugged her shoulders and explained, I don't like eating dog snacks. On her first day at work, she was struggling with a dog, and since she wasn't very familiar with her colleagues, she didn't dare to say anything or ask questions. Her mind was a bit slow to react. Realizing what she just said, Tao's Sparkling Wine hurriedly corrected herself. No, I won't eat dog snacks. After saying that, before Wen Youning could guide her step by step, Tao's Sparkling Wine seemed to suddenly remember something. Is it that bag of milk cookies? But that's not dog snacks, it's from our company's snack corner, a whole bunch. Tao's Sparkling Wine said, I had just sat down at work for a little while when it brought that little cookie over to me, but the company posted a notice that the golden retriever is on a diet and we are not allowed to feed it, so I ate that cookie myself. But I did say thank you at the time, and I even put the crumbs from the packaging into my mouth. I didn't waste a bit. Is the golden retriever upset with her rudeness? So very polite. I can't think of what might have upset the golden retriever. The Peach Bubble Wine said, Are you angry because I didn't open it for you? But this little plastic packaging, can't you just bite it open? Woof, the golden retriever barked at her twice. I hate it. Are you brave enough to open it? If you do, won't you get punished? You've eaten everything and didn't share a bit with me. Not even a little bit of yummy scraps. Everyone else gave it. I understand now. When Youning felt somewhat amused after clarifying the situation, it must have stolen food and got caught, then changed its strategy by bringing the employee the snacks it wanted to eat. When the employee opened it, it could sneak a bite and wouldn't get scolded. Woof, the golden retriever shook its ears. A very smart person. The Peach Branch Sparkling Wine winked, but isn't that against the rules? Although it wasn't serious enough to violate company regulations, it was still not a small matter. Whoop, the golden retriever lazily lay down. When people eat, the dog watches them. People will give Wang Xiangxiang good food. Only you. You are a bad person. Peach Branch Sparkling Wine, warm Teacher Wen, are you laughing? When Youning cleared his throat, the golden retriever looks at you with that kind of gaze because after it brought snacks to other people, it would stare at the staff, and they would secretly feed it because they couldn't bear to see such a cute dog go hungry. Perhaps it's because it has always fetched for one person so obviously that it changes every now and then. Coincidentally, you are the new one, so it fetched for you, but unexpectedly. All eaten. This gluttonous girl, even if you give her some scraps, she wouldn't be so much like a ghost following you. Golden Retriever, how can there be such heartless people in this world? I admit I can't help it. When the puppy looks at you with its eyes wide and wags its tail asking for food, I just can't resist wanting to feed it. The peach branch sparkling wine went pop, and I pressed my palm to my forehead. I wasn't running a fever, but I was starting to feel a headache. It's my fault. If I had known, I wouldn't have followed the rules so strictly. Just eat some crackers, it's no big deal. Don't be sad, I didn't understand before. Next time, I promise. The peach branch sparkling wine was sneaky. She wasn't very aware of the location of the cameras inside the house, but they were on 24 hours a day. She stroked the golden retriever's head and said, "Wait for me, I'll sneak some over right now." Woof, the golden retriever's eyes widened somewhat. Wen Youning stopped him and said, "It's better not to eat too much. The milk biscuits people eat are generally too sweet, and this dog is a bit overweight." The golden retriever was confused. Should I give it to eat or not? The peach branch sparkling wine was also stunned, silently retreating its legs. What should we do about this? If we feed it, we offend the boss. If we don't feed it, we offend the golden retriever. Don't panic. At least the golden retriever wouldn't dare to complain. So cruel. The golden retriever runs to complain that someone didn't give it cookies. It first has to take a few slaps. The peach branch sparkling wine thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Can I owe you for now? Once it decreases, I'll let you have some." The golden retriever held on for a while. It also knew that it wouldn't be able to eat this biscuit today. Really? Wen Youning, it's asking if it's true. The peach branch sparkling wine nodded vigorously. Really? The golden retriever raised a paw and nudged the peach branch sparkling wine. Woof. All right then. The peach branch sparkling wine let out a sigh, finally resolved. This matter had entangled her for an entire day, making her unfocused at work, and unexpectedly, the root cause turned out to be a piece of milk biscuit. The job is secured. The peach branch sparkling wine smiled and waved at the camera. "Teacher Wen, I'm off work now, bye. Goodbye." Wen Youning hung up the phone and casually zipped up her backpack. She looked around to ensure everything she needed was packed, and then swung the backpack onto her back. Before leaving, Wen Youning sniffed her wrist. The insect repellent smell was already gone. Although the scent was unpleasant, it dissipated quite quickly. That can be considered a benefit. Wen Youning picked up the live broadcast equipment and said, "Let's go." I really envy Teacher Wen for always being full of energy. Dealing with wild beasts every day, if it were me, I would also be very energetic. With lions and tigers chasing behind, you are flying ahead on 2 legs. Gaga is very energetic. Unless something unexpected happens, I should be able to see the stars tonight. Wen Youning was relatively free the day she just arrived, but afterwards it became busier day by day, and even her sleep time was compressed, let alone having time to quietly look at the stars. Now I finally have some free time. I've had a good nap this afternoon, and as long as the weather doesn't let me down, I will definitely be able to take many beautiful photos tonight. Wen Youning sent a message to Bai Minghui informing him that she had gone out, and that the previous car, even if sent for repairs, wouldn't be back for a while. Esther Flaxman applied for a new one for her. It's just that the cars in the reserve won't be that big, no matter how large they are. Consideration should be given to other tourist travel experiences when coming to the reserve to watch the lions. Otherwise, if a large truck stops in the middle, all you can see are the truck's containers and nothing else. But compared to the previous one, it is obviously larger, and the trunk opens upwards, with a place on the vehicle to fix a tent, allowing for a connection between the car and the tent. Wen Youning walked around the car, tapping on the roof. This car is nice. She put the backpack in the passenger seat and drove easily. Wen Youning had already driven this road to the White Lion territory in the reserve skillfully enough from the hotel. The White Lion didn't sleep at all last night. At this time, it should still be catching up on sleep. Lions typically spend 20 hours sleeping due to the hot environment and facing water scarcity, and this lifestyle helps reduce energy consumption. This is especially true during the dry season and when food is scarce. The weather is actually quite good now, and the river hasn't dried up. Thinking this, Wen Youning parked the car near the tree house, where the fluffy little lion stopped playing and crawling around on its mother. She walked over and picked up the little white lion with its teeth bared. Is Lancelot not home? Whoa, the lying mother lion turned on her side. MHM. Go soak in the water. Crazy. Water, time for a bath. Lions have different personalities and their attitudes toward water vary. Some lions are afraid of water and would rather take a detour than swim across. But there are also swamp lions whose muscles are more developed and are skilled at hunting in water. When it's particularly hot, some lions will also soak in the water to cool themselves down. Lancelot felt neutral, not particularly fond of or afraid of anything. How niche to say, the lion actively goes to take a bath. Crocodile, here comes the old lion. Don't say hello yet. Soon Lancelot will bring you back for Mr. Wen to try. What will you do then? What else can be done? Let's hold a big celebration. Have a feast. Awa, the little lion struggles on its back on Wen Youling's leg. Its fluffy paws raised high, but they are just raised high. With a poke from Wen Youling it goes awa, just like a little panda. The little white lion owl bit her fingertip. Nibble, nibble, nibble. I don't know what time Lancelot left. Wen Youning thought for a moment, put down the little white lion and turned to open the trunk. While there's still a bit of light, let's set up the tent first. It's not very convenient to work at night holding a flashlight. The little white lion was put on the ground, chasing over fiercely, wanting to bite her. Wen Youning picked it up and rubbed it a couple of times, making the little furry head dizzy. Haha, little fool. Whoa! The little white lion swayed in the air, and Wen Youning put it in the car's trunk, patting its tail. Go play by yourself. Everything in the trunk was moved to the ground, and the trunk was quite empty. Wen Youning opened the tent bag. The connecting tent is different from the ordinary tents commonly seen on the market. First, leave the positions for the ground pegs, and then go inside to install the supports. What? Smelly. Lancelot, Wen Youning squinted her eyes and said, "You're back." The white lion looked no different from before, but upon closer inspection, its fur seemed fluffier. Wen Youning lowered her head and rubbed against its head. The smell is from the new material. It will be fine soon. Hugh, the white lion, licked her cheek. Just right, here, take this. Wen Youning handed one end of the rope to the white lion. Help me hold it. Arrow, the white lion, turned its face away. No. Where to bite? Wen Youning pointed at the knot. This. Aowu, the white lion, bit the knot and snorted. Said no. No, no, no. Wen Youning smiled slightly and gave it another rope. With the help of the white lion, setting up the tent is much easier. Very stable. When told not to move, it really doesn't move at all. The white lion's front paws are pressed together in front of it, its ears twitching as if it senses something and wants to tilt its head, but it doesn't move much since it's biting the rope in its mouth. Seeing its serious expression, Wen Youning couldn't help but want to tease it, so she picked up the rope again and said, "One more." Woo, the white lion continued to bite down. And this one, and this one. Wen Youning's eyes sparkled with mischief as she gathered more ropes, both useful and useless, to hang on the white lion, saying, "Here, here, and here." Even the claws were not spared. The ropes kept increasing, and the white lion was almost submerged by them. After a flurry of activity, only the white lion's eyes and ears were visible. Otherwise, several ropes were draped over its head. The white lion stood still like a sculpture. Finally, Wen Youning picked up a thin, long stick and gently placed it on the white lion's mouth. Good, perfect. The white lion's nose twitched. Perfect. Lancelot, why are you so obedient, not moving at all? You are a lion, you are a wild lion. How can you be more obedient than my house cat? Hey, is there anyone to manage this? Someone is bullying the weak lion. The rope is too heavy, don't crush Lancelot, let me go up instead. Haha, so cute. Wen Youning held the white lion, whose face couldn't be clearly seen, and tapped its somewhat wet nose. The white lion's paw lifted, and after a slight movement it quickly stepped back down. Wen Youning's lips curled up, full of smiles as she removed the rope from its mouth. I was just playing with you. These ropes weren't used at all, so it's fine to loosen them. The white lion's eyes moved slightly. The bright blue appeared somewhat mixed in the dim light, looking a bit profound. Looking at each other, Wen Youning blinked. It's really fun, isn't it? Roar! The white lion shook its fur, shaking off the ropes from its head and body, and lunged straight at Wen Youning. Wen Youning, stop, you're too close, I have nowhere to run. She hadn't even had a chance to stand upright before being knocked to the ground by the white lion. A large lion is lying on a soft patch of grass. Even so, Wen Youning still couldn't stop laughing and closed her eyes to poke him. You're cheating, let's start over. I'll shout go and you chase me again. Roar! Lancelot pressed her down, lowered his head to bite her collar and pulled her up, and after her head came out he just lay down. Oh my! Wen Youning grabbed Lancelot's mane with both hands. You're so heavy. Compared to being knocked down and rolling around and playing like before, having the weight come down directly is the most intuitive way to feel just how heavy this white lion really is. This is still the weight of the white lion not being fully pressed down. Wen Youning had no doubt that the white lion was putting all its weight on her. She would see stars before the evening came. Eyes filled with stars. Ayow! The little white lion in the trunk seemed very anxious upon seeing this. Hit someone. The lion is coming. Take one lion, take one lion. A small thing is scared because of the height of the trunk, wandering on the edge, but its cries do not stop. Very urgent, very urgent. Afraid of not being able to participate in this game. But Lancelot did not pay attention to it, while Wen Youning was pinned down by the broad paw of the white lion, unable to free herself. The little white lion wandered left and right on the edge above, and in the end couldn't hold back, closed its eyes and jumped down directly. Ow! The little white lion, all fluffy, fell onto Lancelot and was cushioned by his thick fur, then staggered and ran to squeeze next to Wen Youning, stretching out its little paw and saying, "Ooh." Wen Youning grabbed it with one hand. Huh! The little white lion called out in surprise and confusion, and was then picked up by Wen Youning and cuddled, with a series of affectionate rubs. Well, well, well. Ha ha ha, baby, you are a baby who just walked into a trap. All done. So cute and lovable, but with no brains. I feel like I could just bite the little lion's head off. Feeling cute, I just pick up the cat at home and give it a good rub. Wen Youning laughed and rubbed the little white lion until it squealed. However, it was too small to struggle and escape, and could only open its mouth and ask for help. Well, Wen Youning raised the little white lion's hand and asked, "What sound is that?" The little white lion was still crying out, and she paused to listen but heard nothing. Thinking she must have misheard, she was just about to pinch the little white lion's tail. Splash! With a sound from the tent, the part that was just connected to the car fell off, like the roof of a house collapsing down. It directly pressed Wen Youning and the white lion underneath. Luckily, it was just a thin layer, Apart from slightly blocking the view, it didn't weigh down the white lion. Wen Youning pushed the white lion to climb out from the edge and lifted it open with one hand. Looking at the tent that had been in vain, she slowly lowered her gaze. "Did you just press down on the tent?" The freshly emerged white lion paused for a moment and took a half step back. "Woo." It lowered its head and picked up the little white lion. "Woo. This. It did it." The little white lion, held by the scruff of its neck, had a confused and dazed expression. "Ayow." The white lion raised its chin, and the little white lion who was being lifted had a determined gaze. "Ayow. Yes. It's a lion cub." The sky has completely darkened. The work of setting up the tent is nearing completion. Lancelot and the little white lion, one big and one small, were holding flashlights in their mouths, watching Wen Youning tie the rope of the curtain finally. Wen Youning clapped her hands, admiring the results of her work after half a day's effort in the light of the flashlight. Perfect. When the connection-style tent door is closed, apart from the grass on the ground inside, it looks quite similar to a hanging RV compartment with the addition of an inflatable bed. Small as it may be, it is fully equipped. This location could also accommodate a stove for cooking. Wen Youning had no plans for outdoor cooking. She set up the tent purely for convenience in interacting with the white lion and did not prepare any cooking utensils. The air conditioning is running in the car, with cool air flowing out from the trunk. Wen Youning pulled down the door curtain, sat on the ground, shook out the inflatable mattress, and used an electric pump to inflate it. When I bought the inflatable mattress, they gave me a manual pump, but the mattress is too big. If I use the manual pump, I might be pumping until tomorrow morning when the sun rises, and I might get tendinitis, and the mattress still won't be inflated. Wen Youning patted the inflatable mattress and said, "This can fit many lions to sleep." As the light flickered, Wen Youning followed the direction and saw the white lion with furrowed brows and drooping beastly eyes. Wen Youning changed the subject, "But I only let Lancelot in, no other lions are allowed. After all, we are the best partners." "Woo-woo. Boring." "Of course." It turned around and scratched the door curtain. Do you want to go out?" Wen Youning fixed the electric air pump and stood up to unzip the bag. The door opened, but Lancelot had no intention of going out. Instead, he lowered his head to pick up the little white lion. "Peek outside." "Let's go." The little white lion fell down with a thud on its butt and looked confused. Swish. The zipper of the door was pulled up from the inside. "Little white lion. Isn't it a bit too early for expulsion now?" "Is that right? Can that be right, kids?" "Lancelot, can other lions have a bit of self-awareness?" "This might be the worst batch of cubs Lancelot has ever raised, just saying." The mother lion and her siblings, the little white lions, are outside. The little white lion wagged its tail and turned to call for reinforcements. Wen Youning was worried, and after watching the little white lion return to get licked by the mother lion, she finally drew the curtain and said, "Lancelot is such a stingy guy." Roar! The white lion tilted its head and bit her. Wen Youning rolled onto the air mattress, lying on her back with her face up. The top of the tent was a transparent layer, and if the nighttime view wasn't great, it could be removed for a clearer look. Lancelot squeezed over, lying beside her. After thinking for a moment, he turned his head and rested it on her stomach, letting out a breath. "Look, the stars." Wen Youning rested one hand behind her head, and with her left hand, she casually stroked the white lion. Besides the higher temperature, this protected area is indeed very suitable for friends who like lions to come and have fun. In addition, there are marine projects. Although they do not belong to the protected area, they are very close and you can switch between them. The vast grassland at night is rarely peaceful. Calm down, enjoy the air conditioning while gazing at the stars. Wen Youning's fingertips lightly tap on the white lion's mane, leisurely poking small holes in its fur, then wiping over with her palm, making all the holes disappear, continuing to poke on the smooth fur. The tail of the white lion swings left and right, obviously in a good mood. It can't understand the stars, but lying next to a person makes it very happy. I really like this tent. Teacher Wen, you can go out from my tent. I could live my whole life in the shoes of Teacher Wen. By the way, how long has Teacher Wen been over there? I plan to play for a while longer. Wen Youning poked at the fruit salad with a fork which had several kinds of fruit mixed in. The light was too dim to see clearly. Whatever she eats is fine. I'll go back when it's almost New Year. Once I go back, I can collect the house. The fruits are all crunchy, and the white lion sniffed at them, showing little interest in the smell of the fruit. Wen Youning pulled out some jerky for it. Are you hungry? What? No. The white lion licked its nose and lay down on Wen Youning, closing its eyes to sleep. Then save it for tomorrow morning. Wen Youning placed the jerky in the corner. The live streaming equipment flashed a red light, and she slightly turned to the side to pull out her phone. There was a bit of movement. The white lion squinted, and Wen Youning reached out to pat it, saying, "It's okay, you can sleep." While soothing the white lion, she put on her headphones. "Hi, Teacher Wen." The white-haired boy turned his head to show his face in the live stream, then quickly disappeared from the camera. There is a continuous thud sound coming from the live broadcast room across the way. "Domi, don't bump into it," the white-haired boy called out as he reached out to block. A small border collie that looked to be about 3 or 4 months old was continuously hitting its head against the wall. Even with the white-haired boy's hand in front, it still showed no signs of stopping, continuing to hit its head. "Teacher Wen, what do you think is wrong with Domi? It seems to have no sense of pain, just keeps bumping." The white-haired man rubbed the border collie's head. "Even with me blocking it, it still bumps. Such a smart dog, don't knock it silly." The little border collie glanced at him sideways. "Go away. You dog person. Wang can't live anymore, let Wang die." The little border collie is clearly in a state of laziness, ignoring the old man with white hair. Isn't this called something like stereotypical behavior? The white-haired man squatted beside and said worriedly, "Before it was just occasional bumping. I thought it was unsteady, but today it just keeps bumping non-stop." "What's wrong? Why do you want to live?" Wen Youning asked. "Did someone bully you?" "Wang," the little border collie pressed its head against the palm of the white-haired man's hand. "Who? Did Wang just speak?" No. How would humans know that Wang doesn't want to live anymore? Of course humans bully Wang. Humans are bad through and through. The smelly dog stole and framed the dog. The dog has already said it wasn't him. The fool still scolded the dog. The fool is a blind man. Wen Youning asked, "Do you have any other dogs at home? The dog that stole the food is that one. You've trained the wrong one." The white-haired man nodded. "I know, Teacher Wen." "What?" The white-haired man smiled and said, "I know it was Xiao Bai who stole the food, but Xiao Bai doesn't listen. I saw online suggestions that I should get a border collie to suppress the beagle. Herding dogs have a strong sense of purpose and can train the beagle as if it were a sheep. It is said online that when a beagle makes a mistake, it teaches the border collie, and then the border collie teaches the beagle, which is called capturing the king by first capturing the thief." The white-haired man's voice is full of pride. A perfect suppression chain is formed at home. "Beagle. Wow, it's a big-eared monster calling like a donkey. Run." Is it really that scary? Beagles are quite cute, and it's said that they don't bite. Their barking can't be that bad, right? Do you want the bullet chat from earlier? I have a beagle at home. I can give you one. Delivery at your door is also fine. The beagle is jokingly referred to online as a dog with the best shelf life. As it ages, it transforms from a puppy to a big-eared squeaking donkey. The cries are unpleasant, singing day and night, making a mess and destroying the house are all basic behaviors. I can only say that, apart from biting people, it is capable of all sorts of mischief. There is even a Beagle Victims Alliance online. The white-haired man laughed and said, "But to be fair, it really is useful. After raising a border collie, the little beagle has become much more honest." Woof, 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 the awakened beagle pawed at the ground, sliding forward. Wen Youning looked at the large beagle and then at the border collie's hopeless gaze, and instantly understood the situation. With a beagle this big, no wonder the border collie wants to crash into a wall to end it all. "Huh, why?" the white-haired man asked blankly. "Is it insecure?" The white-haired man scratched his head. "Did I get it wrong? Can't beagles and border collies be raised together? They all say it's possible online. Could it be that I caused the border collie to end up like this?" The white-haired man brainstorms by himself. His guilty head gradually lowers, and even the camera unconsciously shifts down. With the intelligence of a border collie and the shepherding instinct ingrained in its blood, it is possible to watch the beagle without causing trouble. As Wen Youning spoke, the old man with white hair raised his head higher and higher. "Then it is not one's own problem." Wen Youning paused briefly before saying, But, turning point of World War II. I knew there was more to come." The white-haired man raised his head, stuck halfway, his neck stiff as he anxiously awaited Wen Youning's next words. Wen Youning said, "Just based on the size difference between your border collie and the beagle can handle plowing 2 acres with the border collie. Just this size difference, the border collie can't even suppress the beagle." But a minor kid, staring at a 1.8-meter-old man. It's also raising the difficulty for the little border collie. Moreover, it's the kind that can be a headache. Probably the border collie would find herding a group of sheep less exhausting. Warming up, Yao spread her hands and said, "Especially when you encounter problems teaching the border collie can't communicate with the beagle, and when it talks to you, you don't listen and still get scolded. Gradually, you just give up. Little border collie, this is a realization, huh? Ha ha ha, a clever dog facing 2 silly dogs who won't listen. Anyone would break down. Border collie, I really want a bag of rat poison to kill you too. This sinister trick makes you comfortable, but have you considered the feelings of the border collie?" The border collie realized at a young age how treacherous human nature can be. The white-haired man hadn't felt anything unusual before, and with the border collie's help, the beagle indeed made very few strange noises like or Isn't that a sign of a successful plan? Then the white-haired man hesitated and pushed the beagle away. Should we separate the two of them first? After all, the little border collie's behavior of running into walls to commit suicide is due to being pressured by the beagle. Wen Youning nodded slightly. The plan of the white-haired man is feasible. Border collies grow quickly from 3 to 8 months, basically changing every day. You can first suppress the beagle a bit, and when the border collie grows up, it will be able to take revenge and won't seek death anymore. The little border collie, intending to run into a wall, perked up its ears upon hearing this. Woof. Really? Ken Wang. Of course, if you wait until you're of age and the food is good and nutritious enough, you might not need to wait until adulthood. When Youning comforted, you must believe in your potential. Although it sounds a bit like comforting a small dog with empty platitudes, it is indeed the truth. You don't even need to wait until the border collie and beagle are about the same size. With a bit of brains and a little bit of brute force, many problems can be solved. Woof! The little border collie ran out of the screen, not even looking at the beagle and the silly owner, and buried its head in the dog bowl to eat. Just wait. Woof will definitely take revenge sooner or later. Eat a lot. Once Wang grows up, you're all finished Wang. The white-haired boy stroked his chin and sighed. Oh my, this food is so fierce. The little border collie is eating, and even its tail hanging behind is wagging vigorously. It seems to be trying very hard to become strong. I never knew that dealing with beagles could be this way. Learned something new. But is it really useful? I don't recommend learning it. My border collie just gives a look and my beagle will urinate on my bed. If it moves a paw, the beagle runs off with the sofa cushion. I suspect they have some secret signals. The shrewd strategist and the reckless brute who only knows how to charge ahead when ordered. That's chemistry. True dog-headed military advisor. Isn't that better than a border collie? Otherwise, when the border collie takes control of the beagle's power, it will come after you. Really? Don't scare me, of course, whether true or not, I will definitely be good to Domi. The white-haired boy added another scoop of dog food to the little border collie. It's the dream dog I carefully selected from the dog farm. I fell in love with it at first sight. The little border collie glanced at him while eating, rolling its eyes almost to the sky. Go away. Disdain was evident in their expression. The white-haired boy ignored the little border collie's disdain and rubbed its head, saying, I've finished with Teacher Wen. As long as I don't hit the wall and hurt myself, it's fine no matter what. Wen Youning hung up the call and casually took off the headphones. The white lion has already fallen asleep. It seems like it hasn't really slept for a long time. Wen Youning simply leaned back against the cushion, laid it flat, pulled the pillow over and lay down, lying flat looking at the starry sky. She wasn't tired but didn't speak up to chat with the barrage of comments. The overly quiet environment made Wen Youning's eyelids gradually grow heavy without her realizing it. I don't really know exactly when I fell asleep, quietly losing consciousness without a sound. Next to my ear is the snoring of the white lion in deep sleep. The live broadcast camera faces the sky, and nothing can be seen except for the stars. The bullet comments drift by slowly. Are we not streaming today? Teacher Wen is probably just taking a nap and will come back after waking up. Okay. If you say we're watching the stars, then we're really watching the stars, there's nothing else. It smells so good while sleeping, it makes me feel sleepy too. Ding! Ding! Buzzy buzz. The phone placed by the pillow is frantically popping up message notifications. Wen Youning closed her eyes, grabbed a handful of blanket wanting to pull it over herself, but as she reached out to search on both sides, she found nothing. Her drowsy mind was in a state of chaos. She turned over, picked up her phone, squinted to see the display, and with a swipe of her fingertip, she answered the call. Hello, her voice was a bit hoarse as she spoke. Teacher Wen, don't sleep anymore. The white lion is about to drive away. Wen Youning took a deep breath and exhaled. Just go ahead. Lancelot may not have a driver's license, but it's very good and won't just drive around and crash into people. Don't worry. A muddled comfort left to the side. Bai Minghui on the other end of the phone fell silent. Teacher Wen, you really have no idea what you're saying, do you? But before he could say anything more, the phone emitted a busy tone. Beep, beep, beep. Teacher Wen hung up the phone. Wen Youning threw her phone, curled up, and was about to continue sleeping when suddenly she opened her eyes wide. What? Who is driving? Whose car is being driven? Do you have a driver's license? Isn't Lancelot driving? For a moment, Wen Youning doubted whether she was still dreaming and hadn't woken up. Lancelot. Wen Youning hurriedly got up and, through the open trunk, immediately saw the white lion curled up in the driver's seat looking wronged. Hearing the sound, the white lion turned around and said, Woo. Wen Youning leaned back. Want to go out? Owl. Can't open. Bad thing. Sorry, I should have left a gap for you tonight. Wen Youning didn't plan to sleep at all yesterday, intending to stay up all night. If she had known she would fall asleep, she wouldn't have closed the tent so tightly. It's easy to pull down the tent, but there is a small device when you pull it open that is meant to prevent theft and to stop wild animals from knocking on the door while camping outdoors. If the white lion doesn't want to damage the tent, it can't open it with its animal paws. Lancelot should come to the front to see if he can try to exit through the car door. Wen Youning opened the tent, rolling up the curtain. What are we going to do? Roar! The white lion jumped down from the vehicle and went out through the tent door. Strange noise. Noisy, annoying. What is that? Wen Youning didn't understand at the moment, and the white lion had already run far away. Wen Youning glanced in the direction the white lion went, picked up the live streaming equipment that had been broadcasting at a fixed point all night. The battery was fine, but she still took it outside to charge it for a while. Good morning, everyone. How's the starry sky in the grassland? Is it beautiful? It's beautiful, just a bit monotonous. It would be even better if the white lion could run under the starry sky. After a quick wash, Wen Youning put on a sun protection jacket and replied to Bai Minghui's message while walking outside. With a casual swipe, the surrounding dynamic images show that 90% of the pictures are of a white lion sitting in the driver's seat, its head blocked by the roof, leaning forward with its front paws resting on the steering wheel, looking as if it is about to drive away. The handbrake of the car is still engaged, the engine hasn't been started, and the key was removed earlier when a suitable parking spot was chosen. Therefore, the car definitely cannot drive away. Wen Youning saved a few photos, took a bite of her sandwich, and walked out of the tent to look for the white lion. Lancelot seems to have heard something and ran out early in the morning. It doesn't seem to be very close because Wen Youning didn't even hear the sound of the wind. This sandwich doesn't taste good. Wen Youning frowned slightly. There was a layer of minced meat inside, tuna. It may taste bad, but one shouldn't waste food. Luckily, the sandwich wasn't very big and Wen Youning didn't chew it carefully. She ate it in big bites. Do not throw away the bag after stuffing it into the backpack. Remember this brand and flavor when you go back to avoid making the wrong purchase next time. Lancelot, are you thirsty? I have water in my backpack. Wen Youning approached, noticing the white lion squatting by the pool. Curious about how the white lion came so far to drink water. Wen Youning walked over to take a closer look. This did not seem to be a pool. There was only a thin layer of water on top. The murky water was almost indistinguishable, and the mud in the pool had been stirred up. Water splashes, and inside there is a hippo covered all over with mud. The little hippo is not very big. It should still be a juvenile. Hippos are well-known amphibious animals that can suffocate if they stay underwater for too long, and can get sunburned on their skin if exposed to ultraviolet rays for too long on land. What's going on? Are they going to catch it to eat? The hippo should be lying inside to avoid the heat, afraid of getting sunburned by the ultraviolet rays. God, all the junk at home is piled on the hippo and the platypus. So rough-looking, yet still has sensitive skin. Wen Youning glanced around. Hippos are social animals, and there are no other hippos here besides the little hippo. It seems stuck and can't get out. The edge of this pool is not low. The little hippo trapped inside is half standing, likely stuck very deep. If it can't be saved, the hippo herd will move elsewhere, and we can only abandon this little hippo. The hippo's face is covered in mud, and its eyes can't even be opened. Apart from being able to determine that it's still alive, I can't confirm anything else. Wen Youning thought for a moment and patted the white lion. Lancelot, go back and bring me a rope, make sure it's a long one. What? No. Wen Youning squatted down, hugged it and gently stroked its fur. Good, go quickly and come back soon. Lancelot rubbed against her shoulder and turned to run back. Like that. The little hippo is visibly panicked, unable to see anything, and there are no familiar companions around. Adult hippos would be flustered in the same situation, let alone such a small one. Wen Youning shouted, "Quiet, don't move around, I will rescue you soon." The little hippo struggled to lift its front legs, rolling in the mud. It feels so deep it's almost like a swamp. It feels like this is a leftover problem from the dry season. The water can't rise up. Be content when the dry season comes. Even this bit of water will be gone, and the mud will crack dry. Wu, the white lion helped set up the tent yesterday and knew where the remaining rope was kept by Wen Youning, quickly returning with the rope in its mouth. Wen Youning held it in his hand and pulled it, saying, "You stand behind me and listen to my instructions later." No matter how strong she is, she can't possibly pull a hippo stuck in the mud out by herself, not even a small hippo that is less than half the size of an adult hippo. The white lion shook its fur and said, "Ow." Wen Youning shouted, "I'll throw the rope over, you bite the rope and I'll pull you up." "Wow. Good, good, good." What a strange sound. Who is it? I don't know, but I can understand it. It must also be a hippopotamus. The hippos from other families are fine, but they still have to save me, Wu. Wen Youning aimed carefully and tossed the rope, which was unbound at the front, relying solely on her arm strength. "Stop whining, bite it quickly." The hippopotamus opened its mouth, took a mouthful of mud, and after struggling for a while, finally managed to grasp it with its mouth amidst the muddy water. The white lion behind Wen Youning also grabbed the rope. Wen Youning slightly bent her knees. "Come on, 1, 2, 3, pull." The white lion bit the rope and retreated, lowering its body involuntarily. The little hippo, lying on its back in the mud, was visibly being dragged to a new position. Woo woo! The little hippo also sensed it, opened its mouth to call out, but couldn't because it was biting the rope, so it turned into a grunting sound. There is hope, there is hope. Wen Youning and the white lion were in sync, pulling up something heavy, pausing for a moment before continuing to pull. 3, 2, 1. Before the words fell, Wen Youning pulled the rope a few steps back again. Almost there, halfway up, Wen Youning, wearing gloves, still felt a burning sensation in her palms. Although the hippo was small, it was indeed solid. Wen Youning's breathing had started to become somewhat heavy. "You step on the edge with your front legs," Wen Youning pulled while not forgetting to give instructions. It was clear that the trapped little hippo also wanted to escape from its predicament. Almost whatever Wen Youning said, it complied and lifted its legs. Even if it can't touch anything, it still tries hard to push its short and thick front legs forward. Wen Youning was shouting slogans, charging forward alongside the white lion. Pop! The little hippo's front leg landed on the edge. The feeling of standing on solid ground was too good, but I kept sinking and couldn't maintain my balance. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, I would have drowned in there long ago. The little hippopotamus was especially excited, biting onto the rope and not daring to let go. Other than that, all the legs that could move were stretching forward eagerly. The mud on its body dripped down sparsely as it was pulled out of the mud pit. The little hippo's original color is completely unrecognizable and is just a clump of mud. All right, the last pull, Wen Youning gritted her teeth and tugged hard. The little hippo, with half of its body on the shore, was suddenly jolted and pulled up like this. Wen Youning was sweating profusely, breathless and exhausted. This is even more tiring than running 1,000 meters. Moreover, the originally tense arm muscles suddenly relaxed, and a vague feeling of weakness made her arm sore. Wen Youning clenched her fist and pounded it. She leaned back against the white lion, rubbed its head with her hand. "Thank you, Lancelot, for your hard work." Compared to Wen Youning, the white lion didn't have much of a reaction and rubbed its chin against her shoulder. The white lion can pull the hippo up by itself. Wen Youning mainly needs to control the strength and the point of force. After all, it's just a simple hemp rope. If the pulling force from both sides is too great, the rope will definitely snap. Rescuing animals that have fallen like this cannot rely on brute force. It requires a lot of skill and finesse. Wen Youning was shouting slogans and putting in effort. Her voice was hoarse. Early in the morning, just after waking up, such intense exercise made even Wen Youning feel overwhelmed. After the little hippo was rescued, it was very excited, shaking off the mud and water from its body, as if shaking off the long-time confinement. I'm alive. Not dead. The mud that was stuck to the eyes has finally been cleared away. The little hippopotamus excitedly tidied up and, after opening its eyes, looked at Wen Youning with bright eyes. Hello, friend. Who are you? Is this my kind? Why do you look like this? The little hippo fell into deep thought. How does this thing look like a person? Then I locked eyes with the white lion on Wen Youning's shoulder. The playful little hippo suddenly seemed as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over its head, instantly calming down and going stiff all over. How about pretending you didn't see me? You are here to save me, right? Indeed, you are here to save me, aren't you? Actually, I don't really need to be saved. Haha, I really like mud pits. You don't understand, they're quite fun, really. Boo-hoo. Hippo, I lived. After seeing the white lion, I'm gone. Haha, what a poor hippo. You are sitting at the same table as that warthog from last time. The little hippo had a face as if to say, should I leave? So funny, it's the first time I've seen such a lively expression on a hippo. The little hippo, which had been happily shaking off mud, has stopped its movements. Afraid that any movements would attract the white lion's attention and get it bitten to death. Hippos on the grassland are also on the lion's menu. Generally speaking, adult hippos are hunted by lion prides working together. A small hippo clearly doesn't need to go through so much trouble. The small hippo looked at the muddy pool behind it and then at the white lion. Taking a step forward means death, and stepping back means death too. It's done. Completely done. Choose between drowning and being eaten by a lion. It seems like two choices, but in reality, no matter how you choose, the ending is the same, being eaten. Wen Youning is gathering the rope, but the coarse hemp rope has been soaked in muddy water, feeling like each fiber has been saturated, and even if washed and dried, it can't be used, just put away and stored. Perceiving the hippo's stiffness and silence, Wen Youning said, "Don't be afraid, it won't eat you. Just go home." Hippo. Are people really this nice? Really? Is there going to be a trick? The little hippo's eyes changed several times, holding on and not leaving. What if it turns around and that big lion pounces over to bite it? We must not turn our backs on the fierce lion. Why aren't you leaving yet? What are you thinking? Hurry up and go, little one, you are still too small. This life and death matter should be left to the parents. Go back and get mom and dad to discuss it in detail. Goodness, if they really come, that would be the end of their parents. Wen Youning has already tidied up the rope while the dry side wraps the wet rope in the middle, so holding it won't get your hands dirty. She waved at the confused little hippo. All right, be careful and stay close to mom next time you encounter such a situation. From now on, it's up to you. Bye-bye. Lancelot was purely disturbed by the little hippo's cries and came over to check the situation. Looking at the dirty little hippo covered in mud, the white lion had no appetite to eat. Its thick skin would get dirty. Better to eat an antelope. The little hippo was originally worried that the cunning humans and lions had set a trap. But as he watched a person and a white lion walk further and further away, the little hippo began to realize something. It seems like it really was just about saving himself. Never mind, it's not safe here. The little hippo turned around and ran in the opposite direction of Wen Youning. The temperature at home is getting colder day by day, while it is still sunny here in Africa. The rainy season lasts from November to March of the following year, with abundant rainfall and the revival of all things. Usually there is rain in the early morning and evening, while noon remains sunny. Generally speaking, the dry season is also a good choice for traveling here. Leaving aside the animal migration, the lack of water during the dry season causes many animals to gather near water sources, so it is not necessary to go to great lengths to find them. At the end of December, light rain falls continuously. Unknowingly, Wen Youning sat in the tent for the whole morning. It was raining outside, and the lions who disliked water all squeezed into the tent to avoid the rain. Compared to the usual heat, the rain brought a bit of coolness, and with the air conditioning in the car, listening to the sound of raindrops tapping on the tent made one feel tranquil. Why has this rain been falling for so long? Wen Youning rubbed her fingertips. It had started last night. Last night the rain was quite heavy, and Wen Youning was awoken from her sleep, not expecting that the rain would last until noon. It's raining, and the number of visitors has decreased. Even the lions are hiding. Isn't that just less to see? Less my foot. Is that because of the rain? The nature reserve has started limiting the number of visitors. I came here early and still couldn't grab a spot to enter the reserve. Before, there was no traffic limit. I bet 80% of the people are here for Teacher Wen. Luckily I arrived early and caught a glimpse of Lancelot. Wen Youning was eating potato chips when a warm, fluffy sensation brushed against her cheek. She slightly tilted her head and leaned towards the car door, leaving space for the white lion to jump in. The seat back in the co-pilot position has always been laid flat to facilitate white lion's movements. Wen Youning asked, "Why aren't you lying down below?" "Whoa. Annoying. Noisy." The white lion tried to squeeze in, making an already tight spot even worse. Being petty is one thing, but it's raining outside, and the white lion also tacitly agreed for everyone to come in to avoid the rain, except for the two that came knocking for food next door. The lionesses and cubs are there, and they do not allow other lions to approach. Fortunately, the treehouse in Lancelot's territory can also shield from the rain, and the leaves provide enough cover to avoid getting too wet. Wen Youning raised her arm to allow Lancelot to lie down comfortably, then pressed her elbow on its mane and teased it with potato chips. "Want a bite?" The white lion's paws stepped on her, avoiding the strangely flavored potato chips. HMPH, they're really tasty. You'll regret it if you miss out. Wen Youning ate a potato chip and fumbled for her phone. The weather forecast shows this rain will last until the evening. We probably won't be able to go out all day. I don't know how accurate the weather forecast is here, but there is no crow that can ask her about it. Wen Youning opened a bottle of yogurt, and the live streaming equipment was left behind, capturing the pride of lions and the cubs, while she sat here petting the white lion and playing on her phone. She now often clicks on the official account to check, and each time she can obtain quite a few photos of the white lion and herself. However, when she refreshed today, what popped up was not photos or captions but an announcement. Because it was too long, the intelligent translation got stuck for a moment when I clicked on it. From August 13 until now, the lion population in the reserve has successively suffered from human poisoning, with humans severely infringing upon the rights of the lions and the interests of the reserve. A total of 27 male lions were affected, of which 13 were just entering adulthood. There are 11 female lions. With the heartfelt assistance of the reserve staff and international friends, we successfully controlled the health conditions of the affected lion. As of the announcement prior to publication, 36 lions have recovered, while 2 are still undergoing treatment. Cases of malicious attacks on lions occur from time to time. On the evening of September 17th, an international friend and staff member noticed a vehicle maliciously driving a male lion out of the reserve to encircle it. With the help of the international friend, the victimized male lion successfully escaped. In summary, to protect the rights of lions within the reserve, we have proposed a physical isolation plan, which has now been passed and is being expedited. The parties involved in the incident have been criminally detained and are awaiting the upcoming trial. Finally, we sincerely thank the international friends for their help in preventing the tragedy of mass lion deaths in the reserve. The entire working group of Shilin and Nada Reserve. Wen Youning's fingertips slid to the end. Finally, we have a result. When it comes to local people's issues, it's quite troublesome to handle after all. Many people in high positions are locals and will always tend to favor their own kind. Otherwise, the issues between the lions and the locals wouldn't have lasted this long. There are many solutions available. The difficulty lies in the powerful and influential locals who are muddling through. The nature reserve only issued relevant statements after everything settled down. Recently, the nature reserve has been continuously updating pictures of Lancelot and Wen Youning's interactions. It's almost become a soap opera, and many fans are waiting for updates. Now, as soon as the announcement is made, the comment section refreshes and instantly breaks 10,000. Used to be enthusiastic citizens, now they are international friends. Really nice, really nice. Wow, this is too sinister, right? Poisoning is such a morally reprehensible tactic. So Teacher Wen called that large group of lions for acupuncture to treat them. Who taught you to treat illnesses like this? I really thought it was just for the live broadcast effect. Your mouth is too tight. I am guilty. I shouldn't have said you shaved it poorly. In life and death situations, everything else must take a backseat. Many fans are bustling around between the live broadcast room and the official reserves. The popularity of the live broadcast room of Wen Youning has also risen significantly. The most obvious change is that various languages like English, French, German, etc. have started appearing in the live broadcast room. When you check the account, most of them are foreign IPs, clearly having followed the official account's lead. Wen Youning stretched lazily and rubbed the white lion's fur. It's good that it's resolved. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease going back. Lancelot made a purring sound in his throat. I won't go back. Wen Youning narrowed her eyes. What did you just say? Roar. Did not say. Said you won't go back. This is very good. Wen Youning smiled and hugged the white lion. Haha, can't bear to part with me. Then come with me. I'll buy you a patch of grass. What? What's this? Teacher Wen, you are no longer the teacher when I first knew. Before, I would always order a small portion just to eat some vegetarian noodles, but now I dare to buy my own land. By the way, can my fans come in to see the lions on that land? I want to sign up too. It's time to take out my veterinary medicine diploma and apply to the zoo. Wen Youning looked at the rapidly scrolling comments and said, it's still too early to say. Such a big matter needs to be carefully planned before we talk about it. No rush. The rain outside shows no sign of stopping. On the contrary, it's getting heavier. Wen Youning sat there a bit bored and said, let's connect the microphones, and when the rain stops, we'll take everyone out to look for giraffes. The live broadcast equipment continues to take photos of the little lions. Wen Youning is holding her phone, not affecting the connection. First is love and the sea. Hello, hello. The man on the other side of the camera looks to be in his 40s or 50s, fiddling with his phone and shaking it. He opened his mouth and it looked like he was saying sorry, but there was no sound. He raised his hand and waved in front of the camera. Wen Youning said, please click the microphone icon in the lower left corner. The man nodded like this is their sound now. Wen Youning set aside the potato chips and said, got it, what questions do you have? It's not that I have a problem. I feel perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with me. It's my daughter's cat that seems to be unwell. She's currently on a return flight from a business trip and forwarded your live stream to me, asking me to connect and ask about the situation first, and then take it to the hospital when she returns. AI and Hai somewhat shyly rubbed their hands together and said, I haven't dealt with these before. Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, please don't be nervous. Can you briefly describe the symptoms of the kitten? Love said to the sea, you see, you can't see anything, it's blind. He picked up the cat, a fully grown tabby cat which he lifted like a cotton ball, its hind legs stretching down long. The tabby cat's wide-open eyes with orange pupils looked clear and beautiful. Through the live broadcast, it is difficult to see the eye problem. Wen Youning first asked some basic questions. Does it have a genetic disease? Has the tabby cat experienced any injuries before going blind? It doesn't necessarily have to be an eye injury, it could be a concussion to the brain. Was it fine before and then suddenly unable to see? Does it walk unsteadily and bump into furniture like that? AI Yuhai spoke hesitantly, clearly lacking understanding and not paying much attention. I just came here temporarily to help my daughter feed the cat, and I haven't had any prior experience. It does bump into walls sometimes. Does that mean it suddenly can't see? AI Yuhai said, I don't know exactly when it happened. Anyway, when I arrived, I felt that this cat was just staring blankly, and later I discovered it couldn't see. That's it. Saying it that way, the narration was dry and unable to describe the specific situation. AI Yuhai simply waved a hand in front of the tabby cat's eyes, and the tabby cat just widened its eyes, showing no reaction at all. Put the cat down. Did I allow you to hug me? Are we that familiar? The cat is going to scratch you. The cat really is meow. A beautiful person, hello, do you want to adopt a cat? To raise a handsome, brave, fearless, and charismatic cat? As Wen Youning was about to speak about taking AI and the seaweed cat to the hospital for further examination. Spontaneous recovery. AI and Hai asked carefully, what tests need to be done at the hospital for this situation? This issue cannot be determined too clearly because there are many causes for cats to go blind, such as parasites, injuries, nerve compression, optic nerve diseases, high blood pressure, and so on. Wen Youning only listed a portion of the potential causes for blindness, and there are many more that are not necessary to elaborate on. Moreover, the tabby cat clearly has no issues with its eyes. The inner voice exposed the tabby cat completely, and Wen Youning simply said, I suggest not taking it to the hospital. AI was stunned. No hope, is its eyesight gone? No, I mean its eyes are fine. Wen Youning explained and then pondered over her words to ask the tabby cat, why are you pretending not to see? Did something happen? The tabby cat did not speak, but its inner voice kept chattering non-stop. Pretending not to see? Nonsense. Meow really can't see it. Don't think that just because you are pretty I won't scold you. Unless you hug me and give me a kiss, otherwise I will still scold you. Forget it, I won't hold it against pretty people. If you don't kiss me, I won't scold you either. Who told you to look so good? Sai, let's think of a way to have someone take the cat away. I don't want to watch the house anymore. I can't keep an eye on it. No. The tabby cat's ears twitched as if it suddenly realized something. The beautiful people are inside the robber's block. They are accomplices. Damn, it's such a beautiful person. Why are you doing something bad like breaking and entering? Forget it, it's not a big deal. For the sake of how good-looking you are, meow, I forgive you. AI and Hai were holding the cat for quite some time, and my hands started to feel a bit sore. Teacher Wen, is that not allowed to be seen? I will put it down. It really is a bit hard to hold on. The cat being carried like this is uncomfortable. After a long while, it started to struggle. Let it down, just in time for me to see how it walks. Wen Youning's fingertips rubbed against the white lion's ears, carefully observing the tabby cat's every move through the lens. Watching the cat walk. Do you think the cat would expose itself? Beautiful people underestimate the cat. The tabby cat's paws landed on the ground without panicking and running away. Instead, it carefully steadied itself, took 2 steps forward, then 2 steps back, staggering out at an angle and directly bumped into AI Yuhai's calf. How is it, can't you tell? Even the inner voice cannot hide the tabby cat's pride. Wen Youning chuckled and applauded, saying, You're acting pretty well. I wouldn't watch the Oscars this year if you weren't in it. Meow. What is an Oscar? Whatever, people are praising the cat, happy. Wait, the joyful mood came to an abrupt stop. The tabby cat immediately puffed up. What the hell, meow, what a ghost. Don't panic, it's not a ghost. Wen Youning calmly reassured the little cat, then turned to AI Yu Hai and said, "Is this your first time here, and your first time interacting with a tabby cat?" "Yes, I usually stay at my hometown and my daughter rented this single room. I don't come over much because I'm busy with work," AI Yu Hai explained. "This time, my daughter is on a business trip and is worried about leaving the cat with someone else. Coincidentally, I've also retired, so I'm here to help take care of it." "It's pretty much as she guessed," Wen Youning said. "The tabby cat doesn't recognize you. It can't defeat you, so it's pretending not to see you. It's not blind, it's just acting like it doesn't know. To it, you are a stranger who has intruded into its home, living in its space, and is trying to win it over with food and treats like sugar-coated bullets. The tabby cat pretends not to see you, avoids conflict with you, and is waiting for its owner to return. Let's think from a different perspective. If someone uses your house key to enter and says to your cat, 'I'll take care of you from now on,' hissing. Okay, this is a horror story. Tabby cats are really smart, haha. It's just lying here preparing to take action. Eyes gone blind times, pretend not to see you square root. Whenever you have a ragdoll cat, it will immediately nuzzle into your hand at first sight." Wen Youning felt that based on the personality of this tabby cat, it should understand when it sees its owner. "Didn't you video call your daughter in this situation?" AI Yu and Hai also found it strange. If it weren't for the link given by his daughter, he would have suspected he was being scammed. There was a video. I also picked it up to show my daughter at that time, and it was pretty much the same as today. The cat had no reaction at all, and after a few words, my daughter hurried back to buy a ticket. Meow. What is about the same? Treating Meow like Meow quality, you bunch of criminals. Meow is going to tell the black and white meows. It understands as, Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, "Your cat is in my hands. It's probably something like that. Love and the sea. The cat is not very big. What is it thinking about? All right, don't pretend you don't see him anymore. He is your owner's father." Meow, the use of words is inappropriate, and the tabby cat is not happy about it. "What master? That is the cat's slave." All right. Wen Youning changed her words and said, "That is your father, not a burglar." Meow howling. "Is it not what you say?" Meow doesn't believe it. The bad guy actually wants to be a slave's dad. He simply doesn't take Meow seriously. Meow tells you all with Meow around. No one can be Meow's slave's dad. Rest think. The tabby cat's voice is as firm as if making a vow. He doesn't want to be, he just is. Wen Youning was both amused and helpless, for the first time not knowing how to explain the parent-child relationship to the tabby cat. In short, you'll understand when your owner comes back. Alwyn. Meow doesn't believe. Did your master not tell you before leaving to have her dad come over to take care of you for a few days? Meow, the tabby cat has already been discovered, so it won't pretend anymore. The slave did not speak. The slave said, "Let my dad take care of you for a while." The slave lied, "My dad didn't come at all." This me is not the me you think it is. It's the me that belongs to your master. Wen Youning wished she could pull out her Chinese textbook and give the tabby cat a lesson in elementary Chinese. Did I kill myself? Aren't I watching a live broadcast? What do you want to teach? You've crossed the line. I don't know if the cat understood, but I am definitely confused. As soon as I saw the tabby cat in class, I knew it wasn't paying attention. This is the knowledge that should be learned in kindergarten and elementary school. Meow. I don't understand. The tabby cat doesn't understand. The tabby cat doesn't learn. The tabby cat gives up. Anyway, it's all the slave's fault. It has nothing to do with the cat. Wen Youning sighed and said helplessly, "When your daughter comes back, show her the live stream replay. She should understand what I mean." In the end, it's just a misunderstanding. The language barrier is not very clear. When it's half understood, such problems can easily arise. It's like an English exam, where you can't understand the questions and have to guess the answers to multiple choice questions based on is and or. The result is predictable. AI nodded at the sea and said, "Okay, let my daughter handle it when I get back. Does that cat mean everything is fine?" Yes, it's fine. Wen Youning analyzed the psychological journey of the tabby cat. It's just scared that you might hurt it, so it pretends not to see you. Normally, tabby cats protect their homes and will bare their teeth at intruders. It feels it can't win against you, so out of sight, out of mind. Cowardly yet feeling very resolute. Tabby cat, you can cause as much destruction as you want in my territory because Meow can't see it. Haha, help, how is this cat so cute? Good thing I haven't gone to the hospital. Finding out there's a problem is one thing, but what if I end up in a crowded place meowing for help and they think I'm abusing the cat? Pet hospital doctor, take it down on the spot. A vague understanding of love and the sea, a muddled thank you, in short, it's just good that the cat isn't truly blind. Meow, the tabby cat paused at the phone. Pretty person, take the cat away. Where are you? The cat will find you by itself. Let me tell you, I'm very powerful. I can hunt and take care of you. The sound of the tabby cat, meow meow, faded away in the interrupted live broadcast. Wen Youning didn't get a chance to speak and the live room fell silent. Just wearing headphones, once the meowing disappeared, there was a buzzing in the ears. If the tabby cat hadn't found a chance to run outside, it's not impossible for such a smart cat to run to the police station to report a crime. Wen Youning took off her headphones, rubbing her ears, trying to eliminate some noise. Click, click. Snap. It sounded like something breaking very close. This doesn't seem like tinnitus, right? Wen Youning slowly raised one eyebrow and looked down, only to see the white lion with its eyes closed, its paw reaching through the gap in the chair to hold down the little lion. In front of it was an empty bag of chips. Although the chip manufacturer is quite shady, with a bag being mostly air, she was sure she had opened a new bag of chips and hadn't eaten many when she set it down. There should be at least half a bag of chips left. So it's a game of extreme choice among three options. Who is the culprit? Wen Youning's gaze slowly fell. You've been sleeping for a whole day. What kind of sleep is that? Sleepy. Wen Youning poked it with her fingertip. Did you eat my chips? Didn't /te. The voice initially uncontrollably responded, followed by words that seemed to patch up the previous statement. Lancelot let go of the little white lion. This. The little white lion lifted its head, still in a daze. Owl. Wen Youning said, "It's a little lion, not a little mouse. You're about to squash it into lion chips. Where would it go to steal chips?" The white lion wouldn't open its mouth, making a sound of woo, with a constantly changing tail sound to express what it wanted to say. Wen Youning ground her teeth, swept the chips crumbs off the white lion's mane, pretending not to know, deliberately teasing the white lion. Then open your mouth and show me. After I see, I'll believe it wasn't you who ate them. When she put down her phone, the white lion was still chewing. It should still be able to find evidence now. Lancelot tightly closed his mouth and refused to open it. No looking. Wen Youning made a ha sound, pinching the white lion's cheeks with both hands. Did the potato chips grow legs and run into your mouth? Lancelot nodded heavily. What? Yes. It must be like this. The live streaming device was tilted, but I could still see the potato chips growing two big legs, watching it run into the mouth of the white lion, so terrifying. Poor Lancelot must be scared to death, unable to even open his mouth. Damn chips, they scared my white lion. Poor thing, hurry and send a few boxes of chips to Lancelot to soothe his injured heart. Let him eat. What's the big deal about a lion eating some potatoes? If he eats too much meat, he'll be happy to have some carbs. Exactly. Haha, the comments are so much. It's okay, I pampered Lancelot. A bag of chips can't fill a lion's mouth. It tilts its head to show its back of the head to Wen Youning, its ears twitching while accompanied by the sound of rapid chewing. Crunch, crunch. The sound stopped, probably also having swallowed it. Woo! The white lion licked its nose and casually turned its head, resting its head on Wen Youning's leg. Empty! Wen Youning was amused by its ear-covering swallowing method, her palm slapping down on the white lion's neck and stroking down its fur. What you just swallowed wasn't empty. Swish, swish. The empty chips bag lying on the ground, the little white lion poked half of its body inside, looking like a little white rat. Wen Youning pulled out the little white lion that had burrowed into the empty chip bag. It inevitably had some chip crumbs on its head, which she casually offered to the white lion. The white lion licked its head. Rower, the cub was licked by its father for the first time, its small paws spread open, waving its pink paw pads in the air. As the rain stopped, it seemed that Wen Youning no longer heard the sound of raindrops hitting outside. She stuffed the little white lion into Lancelot's claws, sat up, and opened the car door. The fresh smell of wet soil mingled with dampness in the air. The sky was still a bit overcast, but the rain had indeed stopped. Wen Youning stepped down, stepping on the grass that had just been rained on, with droplets on the leaves wetting her shoes. The endless grasslands after the rain are refreshing and invigorating. Lancelot jumped out of the car next to Wen Youning's driver's seat. After staying in the cramped space for too long, he shook his fur first. Woo! Are we going to hunt? Be careful, Wen Youning reminded. Roar! The white lion roared and ran away. Wen Youning leaned back into the car to take down the live streaming equipment. Let's go, I'll take you to see the giraffes. We didn't go live last night. When I was out for a walk with Lancelot, I discovered that a group of giraffes went next door, but it was too late at that time, so I didn't get close to take a look and just came back. Animals within the lion's territory will migrate towards areas with sufficient food. Wen Youning closed the car door while leaving a gap for the tent, allowing the lion inside to push through if it wanted to come out, or it could stay inside enjoying the air conditioning. The gap is small, so the cool air won't escape too much. Not knowing if it will rain later, Wen Youning specifically packed an umbrella in her backpack just in case. She spends every day close to the white lion, carrying its scent with her, which makes her relatively safe on the grassland. Most animals do not attack proactively. Hyenas might come over to test the waters. Fortunately, there are no hyenas in the territory of the white lion. Hyenas will attack lionesses and cubs. Some male lions will kill or drive away hyenas to protect the cubs in their territory. It's true that after the rain it's perfect for a walk. Wen Youning held the backpack strap with one hand hanging on her shoulder, walking at a slow pace. The grass is mainly dense and there's a small puddle covered by grass somewhere. If you're not careful, your shoes could easily get wet, so I walked extra carefully. The two male lions hiding under the tree to escape the rain left at some point, quietly, perhaps also hungry, and went hunting. Not far away, but I don't know where the giraffe will finally stop. Wen Youning murmured while chatting with the bullet screen. If it goes into another lion's territory, I can't just walk over. At least the lions next door are familiar. If it were a completely strange territory, it would be bad if the Lion King mistook her for coming to fight for territory. The scenery is beautiful like a watercolor painting. What are you afraid of? At worst we can gather people, the lion's hand. Let's pull off a big score again. No, sister, with that kind of talk, what exactly is your job? Is it even legal? Quietly watching the clouds rise. Can teacher Wen connect now? I've encountered a bit of a problem. Sure, Wen Youning generally wears headphones outside. Otherwise, it's hard to hear in the live broadcast room. Come up and talk. That's great, teacher Wen. The girl rushed in from the emergency room. Please take a look at my puppy, a 3-month-old Schnauzer girl. She started having convulsions suddenly during her bath, and I took her to the hospital for a checkup. Everything was normal. They said she might need to go to a bigger hospital for further examination. She was fine before, and I've often taken her to that pet shop for baths, so there shouldn't be any stress from a new environment, right? Can dogs get stressed? Watching the clouds softly rise while in the car, just coming out of the pet hospital, I hurriedly sought help. Wen Youning said, yes, dogs can experience stress responses, which are a series of changes in their body due to pressure or stimulation, with convulsions being one form of expression. Did she show any signs before the convulsion? Jing Canyon shook his head and said, I left Badu at the pet hospital and went to work. Usually, I drop Badu off for a bath in the morning and pick him up during my lunch break. I don't keep an eye on him the whole time. So, it's not very clear whether there were any signs. It was the pet store that sent me a message. That's how I found out something happened to Badu, so I hurriedly asked for leave to come over. Jing Canyon said as he typed the question and sent it to the pet store. In a rush, I took him to the hospital, but after the examination, they couldn't find out what was wrong. While silently watching the clouds rise, I suddenly remembered what the doctor said, adding, by the way, the doctor said the blood pressure is a bit high, but it doesn't affect anything. It hasn't been smoking anymore, and the doctor asked me to bring it back, wanting me to transfer hospitals. Woo-woo, the schnauzer lay on Jing Can-yun-chi's lap, looking like it had just been bathed, with its wet fur not yet dry before being taken to the hospital. So scary. Does it hurt, baby? Jing Can-yun-chi gently stroked the little dog's head with concern. Be good, tell teacher where it hurts. Wang Wu, the schnauzer buried its head while quietly watching the clouds rise. It hurts a lot. Bad people hit Wang. It's too terrifying. I feel like I'm dying, Wang. Wen Youning frowned. Did the person who bathed you hit you? Jing looked at the clouds with a choked voice. What? Who? What? Is there anything left that can be trusted after this happens at a pet store I often visit? I felt something was off just now. I noticed the schnauzer was shaking all the time. Woof, the schnauzer shook even more violently. A stranger touched the dog and hit it, saying the dog wouldn't listen and that they were going to cut off its ears and tail. The dog was scared. He dares to threaten you. Wen Youning's thin lips formed a slight line. First, take Badu for an examination, then check the surveillance at the pet store to defend our rights. If they don't comply, call the police. Dog grooming and abuse at pet stores happens from time to time. It's possible that this schnauzer is relatively timid, and after being hit, it was scared into convulsions. The pet store staff panicked and sought out the owner, but they dared not clarify the details, being vague, as if they wanted to pin the blame on the schnauzer having a pre-existing condition to cover it up. Damn it! Jing Can-yun-chi's face turned pale with anger, and even after several deep breaths, he could not calm his heart that was pounding bang bang in his chest. I even got a card, so previously wasn't Badu. Jing Can-yun-chi did not dare to continue, nor did he even dare to think about it in detail. Wen Youning thought about the Shih Tzu's heartfelt words just now and said, not necessarily. Badu said this time it's someone they don't know. The Shih Tzu glared and kicked its legs. That's right, a person they don't know. Wang doesn't like this unfamiliar bad person. Wang liked his previous sister. What? Wen Youning said, you should ask the store manager if someone has been replaced. Badu should be meeting the person who hit it today for the first time. Watching the clouds rise, the hand that was typing trembled. Okay, I'll find the store manager right away. Teacher Wen, what do you think Badu should do now? Even when Jing Can-yun-chi was sitting closely to the schnauzer and watching it shiver, he said, hold it and comfort it, don't stimulate it anymore. Let it feel safe and relaxed so it won't have seizures, but a full checkup still needs to be done. Okay, I understand. Jing Can-yun-chi sniffed, repressing the tears in his eyes, and hugged the pitiful little dog tightly. She really almost fell for it. She really thought that the sudden seizures of the dog were due to a basic illness. At that moment, all she thought about was rushing to the hospital for treatment, and she never considered that there might have been a problem at the pet store. Coming back to my senses, I was so angry that I could only watch the clouds rise with my teeth itching. Hiss, I often see similar news online. Little animals can't speak and can only endure it when they are hit. This schnauzer has a problem: how to distinguish the hits that are not heavy enough to leave marks. I can't escape it, damn it. What is the name of this pet shop? 3 seconds, I want to know everything about it. Let's call it highly acclaimed. It's too unpredictable. It's best to accompany pets when taking them out for a bath and keep an eye on them. However, time is precious, and not everyone can stay in the pet shop for long. It can take half a day to bathe a large dog if you have one. If you really don't have time, try to find a regular pet store with a good reputation. Pet stores cherish their reputation and value their image, so they won't act out by taking their anger out on small animals. Otherwise, you can only wash them at home. There are no other better options. Wen Youning sent some key points to focus on during the inspection to Jing Kan Yunki. Roar. The sudden roar of a lion made Wen Young's fingertips quiver, and after double-checking the message, she put away her phone. She looked at her phone while walking. On the vast grassland, there was no need to worry about being hit by a car. Just be careful of the big trees. Unknowingly, I walked into the territory of Lancelot's brother. A group of giraffes is eating leaves not far away. The roar of the lion also slows down their eating and chewing speed, as their ears keep flicking back and forth. On the grassland, the lion's roar occasionally echoes, and if they panic and run away every time they hear it, they would be running for most of the day. The giraffe rolls its purple tongue and chews a mouthful of leaves. Their main diet consists of branches and small leaves. During the rainy season, the leaves are tender and abundant, and one bite is like a person taking a bite of fragrant, sweet fruit. Very satisfied. The giraffe calf snuggles close to its mother, stretching its neck to eat the dangling edges of branches. It can't reach the ones high up, but these are enough to eat. Wen Youning found a higher slope and sat down next to a stone. This should be a small herd. Giraffes are social animals, usually forming herds of dozens of individuals. Although they eat leaves, giraffes are not to be trifled with. They can kick lions, and if they happen to kick in a fatal spot, they could even kill a lion. However, due to their size, they are not very agile in movement. The lion running by with a little antelope glanced this way and said, "Ow. It's you." SHH. Wen Youning raised a finger to her lips, signaling her brother not to speak and not to scare away the giraffe. The younger brother tilted his head left and right, unable to hear anything, seemingly not understanding the meaning of this human gesture. "But did you point at your mouth? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" The younger brother was stunned in place, going through a whirlwind of thoughts. Right, people want to eat meat. After summarizing the answer, the younger brother generously ran over to Wen Youning with the little antelope in his mouth. "I'll give you some to eat." Bang! The cheerful sound didn't last long before my brother ran into a rock, wincing in pain. The commotion over here made the nearby lion startle the giraffe that was eating with its head raised. Without chewing the leaves in its mouth, the giraffe raised its leg and ran. But the taller tree that was specially chosen became an obstacle, and the giraffe started running without looking back. When its head turned, it crashed into a branch and got stuck. With its front legs slightly raised, it almost lost its balance and fell on its rear. From a distance, it looked like it had merged with the tree. The lion which hit its head was taken aback. "Lion, I'm just passing by. Why are you hitting me? Such a wide road that you won't let me walk on, only you can. That's too domineering. It's dangerous to be chased by a lion, so I'm hanging on to the tree branch for now. Giraffe, no animal can kill me before I die." Wen Youning was also taken aback. Indeed, it's a wild animal native to the savannah. Even the giraffe has such bravery. You can see the confusion in the lion's eyes. It is holding its trophy and does not intend to attempt to hunt the much taller giraffe. It is relatively dangerous for a lone lion to hunt a giraffe unless the whole pride is involved to help coordinate. Only then is there a possibility of success in the hunt. Otherwise, if things go wrong and it gets kicked in a vital area, it could die. Even if it does not die immediately, it won't survive long in the fierce and brutal competition of the grassland. Animals inherently have the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. Therefore, after seeing the giraffe's strange behavior, the lion slowly squinted its eyes, thinking, could it be trying to steal the lion's prey? Are you going to eat or just grab? Bullying the lion is too much. They really don't take lions seriously. Don't think that just because you're big, the lion won't dare to fight you. The lion, unable to fight the giraffe, set its sights on the giraffe's nearby young. It's just right, people need to eat me. The more the better. The giraffe doesn't know how to drill. It shakes its head after getting stuck, and in a moment of desperation, it simply bites the branch and pulls it wildly. Leaves and broken branches drop with a snap crackle, scattered all over the ground. Fortunately, this method is effective. The giraffe successfully picked itself off the tree. With no time to think about anything else, the giraffe ran away as soon as it escaped. The little giraffe squeezed next to it and exclaimed, "Yow!" It was unclear how exactly the little giraffe collided, but by the time the tall giraffe ran away, the little giraffe was already lying on the ground, its limbs stretched straight. The lion, who was just about to charge in but hadn't yet made it. PFFD hahaha. The lion is completely confused. There's no way, those long legs have nowhere to go. Little giraffe, aren't we raising it? Really, aren't we raising it? It is very dangerous for a giraffe to fall. The significant difference in height between the heart and high blood pressure will quickly diminish. Blood does not flow to the heart, but rather to the brain. Once this happens, the giraffe may suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. If it cannot stand up in time to let the blood flow back to the heart, it will die. But the giraffe calf is fine. It hasn't grown very tall and can just get up after falling. However, it's unclear whether that calf got kicked and was dizzy, or was scared by the nearby lion as it was momentarily inactive. To be safe, Wen Youning ran down the slope. Hearing the noise, the little giraffe looked over with its wet eyes, raising its legs a few times before falling back down again. Don't be afraid, I will help you. Wen Youning first reassures, then approaches. Do you feel any pain? Is your leg unable to stand because you feel unwell? The giraffe calf's ears twitched. Human, don't come over. Danger. The taste of a lion. The giraffe calf's pupils trembled greatly as an overwhelming barrage of knowledge struck the wild newborn animal. Did someone eat the lion? So scary. I didn't eat it. Wen Youning pointed to herself. Do I look like a bad person who would eat a lion? The giraffe calf blinked its eyes and nodded firmly. Like Wen Youning. Forget it. It is important to save the giraffe first. Let me see where I kicked you. Wen Youning squatted next to the giraffe calf and first checked its legs. The giraffe calf was quiet and didn't make a sound, but during Wen Youning's examination, its mouth kept moving. Wen Youning rescued the hair from the mouth of the giraffe cub. You're not hurt, you're perfectly fine. Why can't you stand up? The lion leisurely brought over a thoroughly dead antelope and banged it through the antelope on the ground. Roar. Eat. Supplement. It will be fine after eating. The giraffe calf shuddered, and that cry almost sent it away. Thank you, it probably doesn't like to eat. Wen Youning pushed the antelope over there. Why don't you try standing up again? Your mom is waiting for you. Wen Youning pointed to the group of giraffes that were wandering but hadn't left. They will consider helping to rescue their companions when they are cornered. provided that the companion is still alive and can be saved. They neither left directly nor attacked the lion, which should also be taken into consideration. The giraffe calf opened its mouth and said, "I can't stand up." Wen Youning said, "Shall I help you?" It's not that it can't stand up due to injury. Helping it stand up is just simple, immediate action. How to help? The giraffe calf looks perplexed. Wen Youning stood up, leisurely rolled up her sleeves, bent down and reached out, picked it up. "Get up!" With a sharp shout, the giraffe calf's body was momentarily suspended in the air before falling down steadily on its four limbs. It stands there like a specimen. Especially standard. While it feels like having acupuncture. The effect is not bad. I'll reserve a spot for you in the seedling pulling competition in the fields next year. Pulling green onions in dry land, hahaha. The giraffe calf stood up by itself and took quite a while to react, as if negotiating with its own limbs, eventually reaching a consensus to try to step forward. It's mainly because the lion is watching nearby. It's afraid the lion might suddenly pounce. As the giraffe calf stood up, the giraffe mother let out a roar and rushed over. It turns out that sometimes having long legs and a long neck is not a good thing. The giraffe runs in a very awkward way. Its limbs seem to have just met the body, but you can tell it's anxious. Even if it's not anxious, it shouldn't be running like this. Even the well-traveled Wen Youning felt that this giraffe was running in a unique way, very characteristic of its kind. When hundreds of giraffes run together, you can spot it at a glance. "Don't worry, it's fine." Wen Youning waved at the lion, "Come over here." Let the giraffe successfully reunite with its offspring, take the young ones away, and stay far enough to avoid being kicked. A giraffe kicking someone in the chest may cause cardiac arrest. Even the strongest physique cannot withstand it. The lion, not understanding the situation, obediently ran to Wen Youling's side, joining her. After creating some distance, the young giraffe dared to exert itself with its weak legs. It dashed toward its mother without hesitation. Bang! The giraffe kicked its legs, and the giraffe calf spun in the air for less than half a rotation before landing steadily, its lifted hooves kicking a bit. Wen Youning. "Giraffe, did I ask you to save it? You really managed to save it. Take a punch from me." The tall and mighty giraffe arrived doing a tap dance. "Don't save it, I'm begging you, it might really die soon." Leave the professional matters to the professionals. We should let the veterinarian handle it. The giraffe looks left and right. "Where's the baby? Where's the baby?" "Your cub almost got buried to meet King Yan." Wen Youning said with both hands on her hips, helplessly stepping forward, "I'll help you lift the cub, just don't attack me." The giraffe raised its head. "Who is talking?" Wen Youning, "Lower your head." Even lowering its head required stretching its neck to see her. What does the giraffe need to raise its head for? Wen Youling pulled the giraffe calf over with one hand. She saw clearly just now that it didn't kick or stomp, it only bumped against her. Supporting the giraffe calf to stand steady, she asked, "Are you okay?" The giraffe calf was chewing food that it didn't know when it had picked up. "Feels pretty good." Wen Youning nodded and said, "It's good if nothing's wrong." "Tough and easy to raise." "Not tough, may not have survived until now." Wen Youning pushed the little giraffe and said, "Go back." The young giraffe stomped in place and leaned in to nuzzle its mother. With a lion around, the mother giraffe rescued her calf and then left. The lion looked left and right, tilted its head and gave her its antelope, woo. "Eat." "Don't be polite with the lion." "I won't eat these, you eat them yourself." Wen Youning reached out to touch the lion's head, and the yellow lion's eyes narrowed, quickly retreating while simultaneously lowering its body, perfectly dodging Wen Youning's hand in a series of swift movements. "Don't you want to be touched?" That was close. The lion quickly spat out the food in its mouth. "Ow. Bro. I didn't touch it." "Didn't touch it, hey?" "What didn't you touch? Who are you talking to?" Wen Youning turned back in confusion, and the white lion walked down slowly from the slope where she had just been. "Lancelot, did you come back from hunting?" "Woo-woo." As it got closer, I felt the heavy breathing of the white lion. It seems like they came back after hunting to bring the prey to the pride, and then came to find her. Laughing so hard, look how scared my brother is. Still clever, if he had touched that, Lancelot would have rushed up and given him a beating. "This is too overbearing, sob sob, let me in to play for a couple of days. We're all family, let me in too." "Lee?" The younger brother was lying on the ground, his claws scraping at the little antelope. Lancelot didn't look at the prey, rubbing against the palm of Wen Youning, roar. "Go back." Okay, go back." When Youning grabbed the vinegar bottle and rubbed it, casually touching her belly, "You ran out without eating." "Ow. Not hungry." The white lion rubbed against her as it walked. Wen Youning turned around and waved at her brother. "We're going back." "Ow." The brother hugged his prey. "Hurry back, will you?"